Welcome back to the action. You join us now in the morning, Friday morning, for the ARC practice sessions. On screen with us and on track are the Super Sport 600 class. And this is again another championship that has a decider in hands for the finale. And looking at the championship, Helmi Osman still holding strong with 140 points. He has a lead of 32 points ahead of Andi Farid. Chip Nakarin, a local Thai rider, he's down into third. 36 points is the deficit for him. And Helmi Osman's teammate, Azra Hakim Anwar, he's in fourth, 40 points behind Helmi Osman. Now, of course, mathematically, all four of them have an opportunity to win the championship. But currently, the advantage does go out to Helmi. And he'll be looking for a really good finish. But Andi Farid, just unfortunate in the second race out in Sepang. It was quite the recovery. He managed to get a point with Helmi finishing second, but he was fastest and victorious in the first race in round 4. Chip Nakarin, he's just been so consistent all throughout the season. If he wasn't on the podium, he was just off the step of the podium, finishing fourth in the past 6 races that we've had. So he'll be looking to try and get up onto the top 3 and potentially onto the top step of the podium. Look at that, that's Helmi Osman, your championship leader. So Helmi has had quite a decent season indeed. He's had 2 wins this year, 2 second places, and 2 times he's finished third on the podium. Only on 2 occasions he was not on the podium, so it's been a consistent season so far from Helmi. And there we go, 1:43.263. That's the fastest lap time currently in this session. So Helmi, Helmi has done great jobs in the Asian Championship. So not only will it be a potential for him to be crowned champion in the Super Sport 600 class, but previously in Buriram at the Chang International Circuit as well. It was in 2018 when he was crowned the Underbone 150 class champion. So he has a good feeling here when we come to Thailand, and he will be looking to make it another championship won in Buriram, but this time in the 600 class. For now, looking down the order, there's Chip Nakarin. Nakarin, of course, he will be boosted with the spirit, being that we are in his home country. He'll be looking to really put in a good performance for his home crowd. And then again, like I said, don't discount Chip Nakarin, do not discount Andi Farid, do not forget either about the likes of Azra Hakim Anwar. These riders all will have the potential to take the championship, but I would imagine that Azra would more or less be playing second fiddle to Helmi. They'll probably want to prioritize Helmi, seeing that he has an opportunity, the biggest opportunity to lock out this championship. But there's Nakarin now. So Nakarin not doing a bad job. He's 0.4 seconds down under Irfan Ardian Shah, who is the fastest currently on track. Now we're following Nakarin as he makes his way around. And there's Galang Hendra right in front of Nakarin. So Galang Hendra, he's not had hasn't had the greatest of seasons. Then again, I wouldn't say that it's a bad season in particular, but he has been up in there with the fight on a few occasions. He's been consistent, but I think the Yamahas just need to find that little bit extra, because if we look all across the grid, it really is a show between the Hondas for now, and the fastest Yamaha being Ibrahim Nordin, who is 5th in the championship currently. Now here's Nakarin once again for Honda Racing Thailand. Just a one podium so far this season for Nakarin, and that was in round 1. And if you haven't guessed it, it was as well in the Chang International Circuit. So definitely Nakarin has a good feeling here. And there we go, Nakarin. He's gone fastest on the previous lap that he completed. A 1 minute 40.146 for the Thai rider. That puts him up by 0.46 seconds. Nearly half a second faster than Irfan Ardian Shah in second. If we're looking at the fastest lap times, it's not bad at all from Nakarin. In race pace, the fastest lap time ever recorded, the fastest lap time recorded in round 1 was from Helmi Azman at 139.3. But the rest of the pace is more or less in the upper 139s and the lower 140s. So Nakarin well on pace. Right there, we're looking at none other than Kanata Jaiman. He's one of the wildcard riders and he's doing a fantastic job currently. He's gone all the way up into 5th. Momentarily he was 4th there, but Ratapong has just shot up the order into 2nd. But yeah, Kanata doing a really brilliant job up into 5th. He's riding for the Yamaha High Speed team, one of the local Thai racing teams. You can see that he's working together with the other wildcard, his teammate Kritapat Kankyom for the Yamaha High Speed team. So some more Yamahas coming into the mix and a lot of Thai riders filling up the top 6 now. Krichaporn, he's up into 6th. They're following Kanatat. Kanatat looking like he's on a decent lap time. He comes across and he remains 5th. His teammate Kritapat there. He's going up into 12th. So the pace across the top 12 looking quite close, I must say. Everyone gapped within 1.3 seconds. So we should have a large group battle coming into this race weekend. That's more of an outline on the Thai riders that we have here for us this weekend. We also have Chanon Inta for the EEST NJT racing team. So he's a replacement rider for this round, for the final round. Purple Moonlord, he hasn't set a lap time yet. So he's coming out on his out lap now. But for that, there's Chip Nakarin doing a fantastic job. So in second place, Ratapong, he's just gone fastest. A 1:39.972 from Ratapong. So looking at qualifying times, you can expect them to drop down into the lower 139s and to the higher 138s. We saw 138.655 from 665, apologies, from Andy Farid in round 1. That was the fastest time in qualifying, the pole lap time. But for now, let's focus on the action on screen. That's Keito Abe and Pirapong Boonlert. Keito Abe in round 3 when we were heading to Sugo. A really good finish in the first race. Managed to get onto the podium in 3rd place, and then an unfortunate DNF in the second race. In Sepang as well, it was a decent performance for him, but unfortunately a DNF in the first race, and a good chunk of points being collected in the second race. So Keito Abe will be looking to try and let lightning strike again. Looking at the way he's riding, he's got Pirapong in front of him, so he'll be looking to match up behind one of the fast riders and really try and make his way up onto the top 3 spots. But currently, Nakarin, he's on a very good lap. He was fast through the first sector and even faster through the second sector. Ratapang as well, he's on a charging lap. And here's Pirapong, he's not on a bad lap at all. So it should be a decent time coming in from him now. A bit wild there on the exit of the last turn for Pirapong. And he goes up, he brings Keito Abe with him. They go into 14th and 15th. Yeah, keep an eye out onto the left of your screen there. We're going to see Nakarin. Oh, that's unfortunate. Nakarin, he was on a good lap, but he's just gone back into the pit lane. It's a really fast second sector for him. He nearly had 0.2, 0.3 seconds taken off in the second sector compared to anyone else on track. So Nakarin looking really strong, but for now I think Ratapong, he's still out on track and he will be coming around anytime soon. Helmi Azman, however, our championship leader, he's all the way down in 11th. So Helmi not getting the pace early on. For now, there's Pirapong Bunlet. Pirapong looking really strong as he makes his way around. But there we go, Ratapong Willarot. He's gone fastest now, 139.928. God, and his third sector wasn't an impressive one. So now I'm just wondering what kind of a lap time it could have been had that third sector been even better. To Bunsu Honda Racing Team riders, that's Idam Pawi and Helmi Azman. So Idam Pawi, he looks like he's picked up the pace a bit this round. You saw him back behind pit lane. He was looking very smiley and cheerful, and I think definitely going into this round he'll be looking to finish this championship on a high. It is of course his comeback season into racing. So he'll be looking to work together with the Bunsu Honda Racing Team to help that man behind him on screen, Helmi Azman, into a higher position. Azroy Kemanumar, he's not really riding together. Down goes Azroy there. That's down at turn 4. That's a fast place to go down. Azroy, he comes right back up, so it's good to see him okay, but that is a very fast place to crash. We're just looking at that section on track yesterday, and yeah, you're going near top speed there. You have to drop, I think for the 600s would be just 1 gear, and yeah, it's really easy to lose the front because the left side would have cooled down because you only have the right turn of turn 3. That left side of your tire would be cool, and there you can see you just lost the front without any warning at all. It's really good to see Azroy getting back up from that crash. It was somewhat a calm low side, so yeah, he's fine there. He's just walking off. So yeah, definitely a bit of work for the Bunsu Honda Racing Team to get Azroy's bike back into order. He should be well and back for the second practice session, and yeah, his teammates there. I was about to say, we have another faller. That is Chanon Inta from the EST NJT Racing Team. So an unfortunate crash there now from Chanon Inta this time. So everyone's starting to push on a little bit, and Chanon Inta limping a little there. So let's hope he's not too badly hurt, and we'll be back for the rest of the sessions for this class. But they can see Ibrahim and Helmi Azman, They've just backed off from their current laps. I think definitely Ibrahim and Helmi Asman and Idam Pawi, they definitely got a front row seat for what happened with Azroy. So yeah, perhaps they might want to just try and get back to pit lane and work on the bikes a bit more. For now, we have quite a number of riders who have gone back into the pits. Ratapang Nakrin, Irfan, Andi Farid, Krichaporn, Ibrahim Nuruddin, Mohammad Fairuzi, Perapang Bunlert, Ramdan Rosti and Chang Chiying are all in pit lane currently, but it looks like Idam Pawi has continued on with his session. I think Helmi Asman's the only one of the Bunsiona teams besides Azra who are not on track currently. Yeah, looking down the other order there, that's Kanatat Jaiman. Kanatat still doing a decent job. He's in 8th position, just 0.8 seconds off Ratapong Willavert's time of a 1:39.928. So following Kanata Jaman from the Yamaha high-speed team. A strong team from the National Tire Championship coming into the Asia Road Racing finale here in Buriram at the Chang International Circuit. So he'll be looking to stamp his name into the championship and show what he's capable of. Now we have about 11 minutes remaining in the Supersport 600 Practice 1. Following on your screen now is Kanata Jaiman. So for those wondering who the wildcards that we have here, in the Supersport 600 class, we have Kanata Jaiman and Kritpat Kyankum from the Yamaha high-speed team. And then we have Chanan Inta, who is coming as a replacement rider for the EST NJT racing team. So quite a number of tire riders. We also have Perapong Bunlert, Ratapong Willarod, Krichapon, all representing the Thai flag in this finale. Fernandez Idam Pawi once again. So I think trying to find out. Yep, Helmi Asman has gone back into pit lane. So for now, for the Bunsi Honda team, it is only Idam Pawi on track, and Idam Pawi is doing a really good job. He's up into 3rd fastest currently, a 140.575. And last time round in the Chang International Circuit, he finished in the top 5 twice. So he'll be looking to try and improve further. He has been on the podium in round 2, double podium for him, 2nd and 3rd place. After that in Sugo and back in Sepang again in round 4. It wasn't as impressive for Idam Pawi, so yeah, he'll be looking to try and get a couple more podiums before we conclude this 2022 season. So Kanata Jaiman, we have seen him before in round 1, and in round 1 he was impressive as well, collecting in total 14 points across the both races. Down, we also have Mohammad Fairuzi. So Mohammad Fairuzi, it's been a bit of a quiet session so far. We haven't seen him much on camera. But Mohammad Fairuzi, he's had a really difficult season. He is a talented rider, but it's just been one of those difficult ones for him. A DNF in round 1 for the first race. was unable to get the DNS as well in round 2. In round 3 as well, getting a decent chunk of points. In round 4, DNF in race 1, and then in race 2, collecting 6 points. So it could have been much better without the DNSs and the DNFs, but nevertheless, we know that he is capable of getting well into the point scoring positions. He'll be looking to improve further, but for now, there's Idan Pawi. And Andy Farad, he's just gone up into 3rd place at 1 minute 40.279. So Andy Farad looking a bit more like himself there, up into the top 3, right behind the 2 Thai riders, Ratapang and Nakarin. For now, here's Idan Pawi as he tries to close down the gap between himself and the riders in front of him in the top 3. But currently, yeah, this lap doesn't look like it's going to be it. It's not the fastest first and second sector from Idan Pawi. For now, just under 7 minutes left in the Super Sport 600 Practice 1 session. No, just trying to look at how far Helmi is. So Helmi's just 0.9 seconds away. So even though he's 9th, he's only 0.9 seconds off the fastest time of Ratapang, and he's just come out now for the remainder of the session. So let's see whether Helmi can close that gap in a bit further. For now, Chinakarin, he's on a really good lap. A fast sector 1 and the fastest sector 2 of the session so far. And ooh, a lot of lap times coming in now. Andy Farad, he goes fastest at 1:39.815. He just set the fastest sector 3. But look out for Chip Nakarin, number 41 on the left edge screen, and Nakarin does go faster now. It's a 1:39.793 from Chip Nakarin. So currently, the top 3 is a sandwich of 2 Thai riders and Andy Farad in 2nd. Chip Nakarin in 1st and fastest, Ratapang in 3rd. And for Ardian Shah, he's in 4th. Idan Pawi on his screens now, he's down in 5th. Idan Pawi, he's done the most laps here. I haven't seen him gone back into pit lane. He's done 13 laps. So it looks like Idan Pawi might be already simulating a race pace. Just looking on the order, there's Nakarin right there on your screens. So Nakarin, of course, riding for the Honda Racing Thailand. And it really looks like the Hondas are working very well around the Chang International Circuit. We saw it as well in the AP250 class, and now once again in the Super Sport 600s, the Hondas are looking strong. And behind Chip Nakarin, there is Krichaporn. Oh, look at this now. We have Andy Farad, who's just gone fastest up at the top again at 1:39.691. So it looks like Andy Farad and the team have found something special. Starting to knock down the lap times very well. On screen there, there's Andy Farad. He's on a slow down lap now. He's taking a good look behind him. See his teammate as well there in front. So 4 minutes remain now in the Super Sport 600 class, Practice 1. For now, the Thai riders looking really strong. Nakarin and Ratapang 2nd and 3rd. Krichaporn is down in 6th. Kanata Jaiman, the wildcard, he's in 8th. So a good spread of riders here and there. Lap times as well, not gapped by much. The top 6 by 0.9 seconds, the top 3 by only 0.2. Once again there, Andy Farad and Irfan So we have a first warning for exceeding track limits. That goes to Ratapong Villarat. But with 3 minutes remaining, that should be fine. At least the riders know that they have crossover track limits somewhere. And for now, with 3 minutes remaining, I think those two Astro Hondas, yeah, they're starting to push now once again. So they will have about 2 more laps in this session to complete, should they utilize all the remaining time. Krishaporn, he's just gone up fastest. He's pushed the Idam Pawi down into 6th. So Krishaporn comes across with a 1 minute 42.32, just 0.5 seconds behind Andy Farad in first. That was interesting there. I was just looking at Helmi coming up the rear of Andy Farad and Irfan. So maybe Helmi's in a situation where he doesn't have Idam Pawi or Azroy to tail behind, so he might just be looking to latch behind Andy Farad and Irfan, which is not a bad idea at all. They're riding quite fast on track. But that's Ratapong. Behind Ratapong is Kanatat. So a good place for Kanatat to be. Right behind Ratapong is lapping really fast, really quickly. So this lap might be a good one from Ratapong. Comes across, ooh, it's decent, but it doesn't improve. But yeah, for Kanatat, it's a really good place to be. Both riders on Hondas. And Ratapong, well, we know he's really strong. Should be able to put in quite the performance this weekend. It's been a difficult season for him. He hasn't found himself on the podium yet. This could be the opportunity for Ratapong. But for now, there's Andy Farad and Irfan Ardian Shah. Andy Farad is on a really good lap, so he comes across now. And it should be an improvement. It's a 1:39.571. So Andy Farad, he does improve further. Pushes the gap, but it looks like Chin Nakarin, he's not too far behind him. Andy Farad, he backs away. Irfan, he continues on. But Nakarin was somewhere behind the picture as well. And he improved further to a 1:39.770. Dear, we have one of the Yamahas with an issue. That is Galanghendra. Sorry, that's Ratapong. Yeah, Ratapong, unfortunate for him. So he looked like he was on a charge for another lap, but Ratapong with a bike issue, it seems. Yeah, he keeps looking down to the right side. I saw as well his number 6 has just gone off his belly pan there, so perhaps something came off his bike there. But nevertheless, Ratapong still looking with a very good pace. Nakarin, he's on a decent lap. Looking down the order, I don't think we have anyone else who is on a fast lap. Yeah, Kanatat, he's come across, he's improved. He's gone back up into 8th. He was dropped down the order by Ibrahim there. Ibrahim gone up into 7th. So here's Nakarin here, he's gone on a really fast lap. Fastest sector 2 from Nakarin. In front of him there is Pirapong Boonler. It's the tight place to go on the outside there from Nakarin. He does get away, so this should be a decent lap from Nakarin as he comes across. He might take the fastest lap as he takes the check flag now. And Nakarin, he remains in 2nd, so the 3rd sector not really helping Nakarin there. Nevertheless, Nakarin, Ratapong, 2nd and 3rd looking really good. Andy Farad, he's not on a fast lap. We saw him slowing down after turn 1. But for now, it looks like Andy Farad, he will be the fastest rider from Practice 1 for the Super Sports 600 class. As you can see there, all the riders on their slowdown lap taking the checker flag. But here are the results for the ARC Super Sports 600 Practice 1. In first place is Andy Farad, a 1:39.571 from him. 2nd is Chip Nakarin. 3rd, Ratapong Villarat. 4th is Irfan Ardian Shah, Krishaporn in 5th. in Ampawi in 6th. Ibrahim Nordin, he's in 7th. Kanata Jaiman, the wild card, he's in 8th. Coming in 9th is Azra Hakim Anwar, who we saw had that really fast crash at turn 4. Helmi Osman, his teammate and championship leader, he's in 10th, so a bit more to be fun for Helmi. Galang Hendra in 11th. Farizi Tariqtullah in 12th. In 13th is Pirapong Boonlert. 14th is Kritapat Kankum. 15th is Keito Abe. 16th Muhammad Ramdan Rosli. In 17th is Chanon Inta, we saw as well crash early in the session. And Chang Chi Ying in 18th. So that concludes the Super Sports 600 Practice 1. And we'll head for a short break and we'll be back right after this with the Asia Superbike 1000 Practice 1.
Welcome back to Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand. We are here, of course, for the 5th and final round of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Friday is, as always, free practice day, and this is the first time out on track for the ASB1000, the superbike class. And the riders are just coming out now on their warm-up lap for this 40-minute session. Plenty to talk about here. The biggest thing, of course, is an unfortunate point, which is that the championship leader, as of now, Haruki Noguchi, is not here. He was involved in a horrendous crash at Suzuka 2 weeks ago in the All Japan Series, and is in hospital. He's had some operations. It's a spinal operation, but he's resting and things are going according to plan, so we are wishing him well and looking forward to seeing him back on the SDG Heart Pro machine next season. SDG have, for their part, brought in a replacement rider in the shape of Ikehiro Enokido. He's a regular rider for SDG. He rides in the JSB1000, the superbike class for the Japanese series, which, if you've ever seen it, is ferociously competitive, and as a Brit I would say it's on a par in terms of quality with the British Superbike Championship, or pretty close to Moto America, as we watch Zakwan Zaidi, championship contender, getting all out of shape there, but bringing it under control. And he's leading around his teammate there, Gary Salim. So just to talk about the championship positions for a moment, the absent Haruki Noguchi sits on 154 points. That's a 19-point lead from Zakwan Zaidi. And behind him is Kazma Daniel on 115, and on the same number of points, 115, is Anupab Samoon for Yamaha Thailand. But we'll just stay with championship contender Zakwan. This is, he openly says, is his favourite circuit, Chang International Circuit. He's had many victories here, many special moments, including winning championships. And he must come in as the favourite in the absence of Haruki Noguchi to take the 2022 title. But this is motorcycle racing. There are plenty of moving parts that can move unexpectedly. And some of those include wild cards. Another one I would say to look out for will be the performance of Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin, currently sitting third in the championship. And there he is. Kazma Daniel has really grown as a superbike rider and become, if not one of the riders to beat in the last few rounds. When we were here back in March for round 1, that was his debut in this class, and he did respectably well. He had a 6th place finish and a DNF. So those were his worst results of the season. But he has developed a lot since then as a rider. So I'm expecting to see him close to the front or at the front of the leading pack. And another rookie this year, you can see on your screen there, going well, is Pasawit Titiwararak, the number 123, riding for Honda Racing Thailand. He had a very fast outing in Sepang. He had an engine failure in race 2 when he was looking really good at close to the front of the field. That was looking like it was going to be his best session ever. But unfortunately, it ended up as a DNF. So expect him to be going well today, as he just has a little bit of a spar with Kazma Daniel coming into turn 12, the famous turn 12 at Chang International Circuit. where races are won and lost in any category, including the superbikes and including MotoGP, as we've seen on 3 occasions in the past. So we stay with Passawit being tracked there through turn 2. It's just a kink in the in really what's a straight that leads up to turn 3. This 180-degree right-hander. And there's another very fast man in a quality field, Apiwat Wongtananon. The Thai rider always close to the front. Really fast rider, really experienced rider now for Yamaha Racing Thailand. And he feels like this is home. He feels like he owns this track. Another thing, apart from his ferocious competitive spirit, is that he normally qualifies well without looking at the stats for the season. Apiwat usually puts himself on the front row in any qualifying session. So he's quick, he's really competitive, and of course he runs often very close together in tandem with his teammate Anupab Samoon. Now Anupab, by dint of a victory in the wet in round 4 at Sepang, sits ahead of his teammate. He's on 115 points, so just about within reach of the title, given a following wind. There is Anupab Samoon. That's his style. He loves to back that Yamaha R1M into the turns. Great rider to watch, really fast, always near the front, and you just know that he will pounce given the slightest opportunity. Great competitor and a great rider to watch on track. Different style to Apiwat, but their times and results are normally very close. They both race also in the domestic championship here. They finished, I believe, 2nd or 3rd, but I couldn't tell you in which order that was, but it was probably pretty close. So we look again there at Anupab Samoon. Zakwan Zaidi sitting quickest so far in this session. Perfect conditions here at Chang International Circuit. Still feels pretty cool outside. And the times for this session were very early in the session, less than 10 minutes in, but 136.9. A good race pace here is in the low 136s. So a good early showing there from Zakwan Zaidi. Apiwat about half a second behind him on 137.4, but those times will tumble. It's very early in this session. Kazma is lying 3rd, Anupab 4th, Passawit in 5th, and Zakwan's teammate Gary Salim in 6th position. We've got some interesting wildcards in this class too, 1 or 2 of which could upset the order at the front. One of them, currently sitting in P7 on your screen, is Anusha Nakcharonsi. If you've been watching Asia Road Racing Championship for a few years, he will be a familiar name, having ridden in the 250 class and scored well when he was in that category, and also in 600s. He's got a very distinguished career as a national racer in Thailand, having won 1 or 2 Superbike championships, often battling closely with Apiwat Wongtananon a few years ago, and is still there now. He used to be with the official Yamaha team. Now he's put together his own team, which has a nice long name, Yamaha Adriani Nexter Anusha Racing Team. But a really quality, well-seasoned rider, and it's really good to see him back in ARRC, albeit as a wild card. He's currently in 7th, as I said, with a time of 1:38, so he needs another couple of seconds to get himself on the pace. There's just Less than 30 minutes to go in this session. Another wild card, I'm just going to take them in order on the timing screens in P9. Suhathai Chemsap, another very well-known name in this series, a veteran rider, you'd have to say now. I ran into him in pit lane yesterday, not having seen the entry list, but he is in as a wild card for the EEST NJT Racing, the Thai team. But we've seen fantastic performances over many years from Suhathai in underbones, in 250s, and in 600s as well. He's one of these riders that that can jump on anything with two wheels and an engine and wring its neck and make it go really fast. So I was very happy to see him as a mate in pit lane yesterday, and even happier when I saw him on the entry list. So let's see what he can do. He's not on the pace yet in these early stages, and there are two Japanese wildcards officially noted as replacement riders. We've got Yusuke Nakamura, who's a highly rated rider, JSB 1000 rider, that's in the All Japan Superbike class. He's one of the front runners there, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do, along with the other Japanese wildcard, replacement rider, Hideyuki Okada. Yusuke is riding for Victor Racing Team, both on Yamahas, and there is Ikehiro Inokido. So let's take a little look at him, because he is on the machine that we were expecting to be ridden by Haruki Noguchi, the championship leader. But with Haruki unfortunately out for this race, he is replaced by Ikehiro. Ikehiro we chatted with yesterday. He's another good JSB 1000 Japanese superbike rider. So it'll be good to see what he can do to defend his SDG teammates title and perhaps keep one or two of the closest competitors away. It's a big ask. He's been to Buriram once, but as a spectator, so this is his first time on track at Chang International Circuit. And back to wildcards, Hideyuki Okada is also in for Victor Racing, and we'll see what he's capable of. Not quite sure. I think he's more of an amateur racer in Japan, but we'll pick up more information about him later. But Zakwan does sit at the top currently with that early quick lap. He's in the pits at the moment, an early lap of 136.9, the only one into the 136s so far. And there on screen is Hideyuki Okada, and quickly replaced by championship contender, just about within reach, Daniel Kazmayuddin, a rider on fantastic form over the last few rounds, and we're expecting him to go much better than he did on his debut here at Chang International Circuit back in March this year. In the few months since then, he has really progressed. Totally comfortable on the superbike. It really suits his style. This bike will be hitting close to 300 kilometers an hour, and then change down a couple of gears into this very fast turn 4. It's a really challenging corner. You come over the brow of a hill. From when you first look at Chang International Circuit, it looks like it's flat, but there is a bit of gradient, and that one is at a really crucial point, because it sorts out the brave from the timid, because you approach it at close to 300 kilometers an hour on a superbike, and then you have to brake, notch it down 2 or possibly 3 gears for some of these guys, and turn it to the left. So Daniel Kazmayuddin, expect to see him at the front. He's just in second place in this session on a 137.3. Quite a few riders have made pit stops, so we haven't really seen anybody putting a string of laps together. Thai wildcards, Anushar and Suhathai, have brought themselves up to 138, currently in 7th and 8th position. So at the moment it's two Malaysians, Zakwan and Kazma in P1 and P2, Apiwat and Anupab, two Thais in P3 and P4, and then Pasawit Titiwararak, of course, the Thai racing for Honda Racing Thailand in P5. But like I said, nobody's putting together a long run just yet. A few early adjustments being made to set up. Kazma running around on his own just to find his way around. No doubt he's got great expectations of himself in the last few races for Kazma. His last race, round 4 at Sepang, he finished 2nd, behind Haruki Noguchi, after a phenomenal battle between those two. He also scored 2 podiums in Sugo in round 3. Win in round 4, sole win of the season, which was really a breakthrough ride for him. It was in race 1 at Sepang back in May. One of the wildcards going through there, couldn't quite see who that was. But there is Yuki Ito. Now, Yuki Ito was involved in the same crash that Haruki Noguchi was involved in 2 weeks ago at Suzuka. He's got a fracture to his, let me think, his right leg. I have to look at a picture from the interview that I did with him yesterday, but I think it's his right leg. So he can move it up and down, but side to side is a little difficult. This is not the first time we've seen Yuki Ito riding with broken bones, and he was sounding pretty upbeat yesterday, but we'll see what he will do this time around. His best time so far, 138.4, which is decent in these very early stages. But Yuki Ito's had a season in which he's come good a little later in the season. He got a podium in Sugo with a P3, and also 2 pretty decent outings, top 6 outings in Sepang last time out. So it's always good to see him on form, Yuki Ito. And looking back a little bit in history while we're with Yuki on the bike, the first race, the first international event ever to be held at Chang International Circuit, just a few weeks after it was opened, was the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And at the time, the blue ribboned class, the premier class in the championship, was Super Sport 600, and Yuki Ito scored a double win. So Yuki Ito and Chang International Circuit have a pretty good history together as he goes through turn 12 to complete another lap. That was a 138, no improvement. Oh, that was his best lap, but no improvement in his position on the timing screen. So the injured Yuki Ito getting to work. And there is Apiwat Wongtananon just coming into view, and looks like he's going to complete another lap. That looks very much like a turn 12 cornering position. Oh, I beg your pardon. It was a turn 3. So he'll go barreling down into that really fast turn 4. Nice and neatly through there. It's got a very tidy style Apiwat, but really fast. And his best time 1:37.46 so far. But if you can find somebody to take the bet, place a bet on him being on the front row tomorrow. Zakwan sits at the top, so there haven't been any changes in position so far. Zakwan and Kazma now in the pits. Apiwat back out. We're halfway through this session. There's 19 minutes left. Yuki Ito into the pits. Yuki having completed 10 laps, so that's a good workout to discover just the limitations that his leg injury will be placing on him. Pasawit Titiwara coming out. Now this is an out lap for Pasawit. You can just see him going into the 180-degree turn. Turn 3, followed by Apiwat Wongtananon. What's wrong with this picture, you may ask? Well, you might suggest, where is the number 500 Anupab Samoon? Because they normally run together, especially in free practice. But Anupab is not here, but he has put in a pretty decent time, 1:37.5. Anupab is in the pits, in fact. Just looking at the BMWs, I've been keeping a little eye on them, but no showing from either 2019 champion Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman or Adam Noureddin so far. So there have been 12 bikes on track in action in this session. Nothing too remarkable on the timing screens at the moment. Watch Apiwat take turn 12 behind Pasawit. This is an outlap for Pasawit. And that was a steady lap for Apiwat, 1:41. So nobody really pushing the pace at the moment. As I said, the conditions here are as close to perfect as you can get. When we started just over 2 hours ago, these free practice sessions, the track temperature was less than 30 degrees. And I guess I'd say it's probably in the mid-30s at the moment. So nice conditions. As I said, good race pace here is 1:36. Qualifying time back in March, the best qualifying time was 1:35.3 for Zakwan. In this class and in the 600s, they use qualifying tyres, so hence the time difference. It is good, you know, pretty much for a second a lap here at Chang International Circuit. They were introduced this season and made the qualifying sessions a good deal more exciting, with lots of drama coming right at the end of the session. Apiwat completes another lap. That's a 1:37.085 for him. Keeps him in third place. It would be good to see him string a few laps together. He's on almost exactly the same time as Kazma Daniel, who's currently sitting in P2, and he's back out on, no, sorry, Kazma Daniel's still in the pits. Pasawit moved himself up into P4, 1:37.2. There is Zakwan Zaidi. He took pole position last time out. He took a win in race 1 and a second in race 2 back in March. And this is his favourite circuit. So all other things being equal, which they're most definitely not, that puts Zakwan as favourite for this championship in the absence of the injured championship leader Haruki Noguchi. good shot of those two Hondas going through turn 4. They're now into the more technical section on the left side of the tyre for a long time through turns 5 and 6, and then over to the right for 7, 8 and 9. And that takes Zakwan through turn 11. Quick blast down to turn 12. Anchors out. And best time so far, 1:36.6. So another really good lap from Zakwan. He stated his intentions very clearly. He's been at the top of the timing screen right the way through this session. We still have 13 minutes remaining. But he looks on a mission now, doesn't he? As he goes into turn 3. The Honda CBR 1000 RRR, as these two bikes on your screen are now, they are just exceeding 300 kilometers an hour on that stretch you've just seen, and then braking for that hairy, scary turn 4, and then spending a bit of time on the left side of the tyre through 5 and 6. Zakwan neat and tidy. He knows what the stakes are this weekend. He's a multiple champion. He knows exactly what he needs to do. And he also knows that there will be several other riders with other intentions. So if there's any moves elsewhere on the timing screens, Gary Salim going well, 1:37.3. Passowit up into P3, 1:37. He seemed to take a step up in speed and I think mentally in Sepang. There's a little bit more belief, I think, in Passowit in his rookie year on the superbike. He did find it challenging, he made no secret of that, but he really seems to be growing nicely into the Honda. Good view of Zakwan coming up to turn 3 again. See a lot of overtaking moves as well into that one. We always talk about turn 12 as the deciding corner, which of course it is, but there's a lot of spectacular action and occasionally a few spills as Zakwan goes through that big boys corner, turn 4. His last lap was 1:37, so pretty good pace for first free practice for Zakwan. Fastest time 1:36.6. So it looks as though he's going to spend a good few laps out, perhaps the rest of the session. Kazma Daniel has put in 10 laps so far, a best lap of 1:37. He'll be looking to join his compatriot Zakwan in the 1:36s before the checkered flag comes out for this session. Zakwan comes through. Let's take a look at his pace. 1:37.2, so pretty decent pace. So this is a good way to get a measure of how riders are likely to perform later. As we just look at one of the wildcards there, that's Yusuke Nakamura on the Victor Racing machine. Yusuke, as I mentioned earlier, regular competitor in the JSB 1000 class, which is a ferociously competitive class in Japan. And he hasn't found his way around this circuit really yet. He's on a 141. Expect more from him. the other Victor Racing rider in as officially a replacement, but I think is really a wild card. Hideyuki Okada on a 144. So those guys are holding up the rest of the timing screen. Adam Norridin came out briefly, but is in the pit, so no time recorded either for him or his teammate Aslan Shah. And here is Anupab Samoon. Once again, we saw him very early in the session, and now here he is again, running without his teammate Apiwat Wongtananon, which is kind of surprising in a free practice session. But you can see the contrasting styles there. Also, while we've got time, take a look. He's running, if you look at the purple strip on the rear tyre there, he's running a soft rear tyre. Yamaha's very well suited for here, very manoeuvrable bike. I was asking Anupab yesterday, he thinks the bike is extremely well suited to Chang. By the way, the white strip on the front means he's running a hard front and a soft rear. So interesting combination while we've got relatively cool track temperatures. Anupab's best time so far, 1:37.3. Yuki Ito, after his 10-lap session, which I think he did in succession, has been in the pits since then. His best time 1:38. The only concern for Yuki really is that he is riding with a fractured leg. Anupab goes through, that's a 1:37.7. Best time 1:37.3. So although they're not on track together, he is very close to Apiwat. I think that's Zakwan coming in as we look at his teammate Gary Salim under braking for turn 12, making his way through there. That distinctive green helmet. Gary Salim running in the low 1:37s. This will be, I think, his first flying lap for this outing. And hopefully he'll stay out. Zakwan's not staying out. There's 6.5 minutes left on the clock. We might see Zakwan out again. But for now we're with his teammate. Another one of the rookies in this season. And like the other rookies, Gary's made no secret of just what a big jump it is to go from 600s to 1000s. It's not only the speed or the weight, it's the electronics as well. But physically, it takes a lot more input. So he's been doing a lot of strength training to get himself in the best shape that he can to ride these 1000cc superbike monsters. Of course, you can buy one from a showroom, ride it down to meet your friends at the cafe and look like a god, or a goddess. But of course, there are not that many people on planet Earth capable of riding one really, really well. And here is a very good rider indeed, Gary Salim, crossing the line, 1:38 that time around. So whittling his times down in this, what will be probably his final outing in the first free practice session for the Asia Superbike 1000cc class. Of the wildcards, Anusha Nakcharonsi, we were talking about earlier, former Thai champion and very much favoured and popular rider in Thailand. He's only done 5 laps, turned in a best time of 1:38. Suhathai Chemsup has done rather more work. He's completed 14 laps and has just left the pits to spend the last 5 minutes or so out on track. Surtai's best time 1:38.2. Let's see what he can do on that EST machine. EST, NJT we've seen so far in ARRC in the 600 class only, in the hands of Kurt Kjell Kondanai. Although he has been replaced this weekend by a new rider, Shannon, who you would have seen in the session prior to this one. Now here's Daniel Kazmayuddin, and behind him is Ikehiro Enakido, the replacement rider for Haruki Noguchi. So a big question in our minds as we watch this is, what can Ikehiro do in his first time at Chang International Circuit, when he's out there trying to defend the championship lead of his injured teammate? It's a big ask. But this is SDG Hug Pro Racing team we're talking about. And they really know how to put a motorcycle together. They know how to choose really fast riders, and this is one of them. So it's good to see him here, albeit in unfortunate circumstances. See Ikehiro, best time so far 1:38.3. Not bad for a first outing. Let's see if and how he can progress during the day. What we do know is that is a very, very fast Honda that he's sitting on. Kazma Daniel last time around was 1:37.4. His best time 1:37.0. Best time is with Zakwan Zaidi, who's in the pits. So that's his session probably done, unless he comes out very late. Just 2 minutes remaining on the clock now. As Kazma goes into the technical section, I think he's going into turn 6 there. Sorry, that's turn 5. Turn 6 and over to the right for turn 7. Coming out of the pits late is Pasawit Titiwararak. Maybe he's made some changes and wants to try them before the checkered flag comes out, which it will in 1.5 minutes from now. So not much time for Kazma to get himself into the 1:36s as he comes up to complete another flying lap. He will stop the clock at 1:37.1, so very decent lap for Kazma, but not quite into the 1:36s. He gets another lap before the checkered flag brings this session to a close. And there we're just catching Apiwak going through to complete another lap, and somebody's down at turn 12. That won't be the first time we say that over this weekend, and that is the wild card, Yasuke Nakamura, who's had his baptism at turn 12. So that will be his session over for sure. It's a short push through to pit lane from there, luckily for him. But that's perhaps a rite of passage for riders coming here, is a tumble at turn 12. Pasawit out there at the moment being tracked by Haruki Noguchi's replacement, Ikuhiro. Zakwan remains in the pits. The checkered flag is out, and somebody's trundling a little bit too slowly back into the pits there. I'm not sure who that is. That looks like a mechanical problem. Kazma Daniel's finished. He finishes second with his best lap, 1:37.039. Pasawit just behind him. Impressive session for Pasawit Titiwararak. that will have built his confidence still further. Apiwat Wongtananon and Anupab Samoon in 4th and 5th. We'll see the results confirmed shortly as we look at that rather magnificent electronic sign that we have for this round. We'll be seeing more of that through the weekend as the riders slow down. And here are the results. So just to confirm, Zakwan Zaidi led the entire session, finished with a best time of 1:36.6. Second, Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin, who will surely go well here this weekend. Pasawit Titiwarak, we were just talking about 1:37.066. Apiwat Wongtananon 4th. 5th, his teammate Anupab Samoon. 6th, Gary Salim. 7th, Yuki Ito, who just did a 10-lap session. And 8th was Ikahiro Inokido. 9th, Anusha Nakcharon-C. 10th, Suhatai Chemsap, the 2 Thai wildcards. 11th, Yasuki Nakamura. 12th, Hideyuki Okada, the 2 wildcards for Victor Racing. 13th and 14th listed here were Aslan Shah and Adam Noradin, who did not record times in that session. And that closes out the first free practice session for the ASB1000. We're going to take a short break now and come back in 8 minutes from now for the TVSA Asia One Make Championship. And I'll be passing over to Daniel for that. So join us again in 8 minutes. We'll see you then.
Welcome back once again to the morning session of the Asia Road Racing Championship Round 5 at the Chang International Circuit in Thailand, Buriram. We're here for the finale of the Grand 2022 season. And now on track is the TVS Asia One-Make Championship. Of course, it's a One-Make Championship led by leader and developer Vorapong Malahuan. And Vorapong, what a season it has been for him. Not only for himself in regards to results, but for him seeing his riders and his development rise to the occasion, and actually on occasions as well beat him to the finish line. For most of these riders, it will be their first time at the Chang International Circuit. We've only had them starting in round 2. So it will be a learning process for many of the riders. I think we have a lot of talented riders all across this field. They should have no issue at all with getting used to the track layout itself. And there you can see Arshad Rushdi as well. He's just behind not the point, I believe. Agung Septian currently he's setting a good lap time. And there's Deepak Ravikumar, rider number 5, who hails from India. It's just a 20-minute session for these TVS riders, and they come around now to complete their first flying lap. Arshad Rushdi there getting to grips with that double right-hander, and it's a quick flip to the left before you line up for the final turn. There will be one more slight bend before the run down into the occasionally controversial last turn. So there you go, Vorapong. Now he comes across, and it looks like he will be the pace setter for the TVS One-Make for now. A 154.985. KY Ahmed not doing too bad. He's just 0.4 seconds behind, and everyone else about 1.3 seconds and lower. So looking good from KY Ahmed. Currently in the championship, he's running in 6th with 49 points collected so far over the 2022 season. And for the championship hopes, they go down towards Vorapong, Malahuan, Dekitiano. Of course, we have to count mathematically. It would be Agung Wacharin Tuptimon, who is the 3 of them will have the opportunity to take the championship. But of course, if we look at the points-wise, it is a 32-point gap that Vorapong has over Dekitiano. So if Vorapong and Dekitiano finish first and second, or if Vorapong wins and Dekitiano finishes anywhere below Vorapong, Vorapong will be the champion of the TVS Asia One-Make Championship, their inaugural season. So currently we're 2 laps in. Vorapong's coming around now to complete a 2nd lap. I'm just curious to see how close the times can get to the AP250 times. You saw in Sepang, they weren't doing too bad at all. They were not far off the mark from the AP250 grid. Actually, they were lapping more or less in the mid-pack timing. So interesting. Oh, Vorapong, he's just come across now a 153.586. So of course, Vorapong, he would have that extra feeling going in, knowing that it is we are in Thailand and we are in the Chang International Circuit, so he will have that extra push, that extra drive. And Vorapong has actually set a time that would have been good enough to contest with the Astra Hondas in the AP250 in the practice sessions earlier, in practice 1 earlier. So Vorapong really on impressive pace. Wacharin Tuptimon as well, he's not doing too bad at all. He's doing top 8 timing if we compare to the 250 class. So that's how good these TVS bikes have become. They've adapted, they've understood their machinery as well, these riders. And It's really impressive to see how close they are. Arshad Rushdie as well, doing a good job. He was pretty brilliant in all the sessions throughout the round 4 in Sepang. He's doing a pretty decent job as well now in top 3. Vorapong, he's going even faster. He might actually do a very low 1 minute 53. He might even dip into the 1 minute 52. So this is impressive now from Vorapong. And the TVS, must give credit to the TVS machine for really improving this floor. Top speeds wise, I do believe they're running faster than the AP250 Plus. It's about 200 kilometers per hour. Yeah, that is faster than any of the AP250 riders. They were doing about 193 kilometers per hour. So top speed definitely in the hands of these TVS bikes. They're doing very well around the Chang International Circuit. And here comes Vorapong Malawan, the Thai rider, a 152.545. That's faster than any of the AP250 riders in practice 1 earlier today. So wow, Vorapong Malawan, project leader in the TVS One Make Championship. What a job it has been so far this season from them. And these numbers, they do not lie. So just under 12 minutes now left in the practice 1 session for the TVS Asia One Make. Looks like Deepak Ravikumar and Kewa Ahmed, the 2 Indian riders, have pushed themselves up further. 3rd and 4th between them, both doing a 1 minute 54.3 and a 1 minute 54.4. So currently the closest rider to Vorapong is the likes of Watrin Tuktumon, the other Thai rider. Both of them lapping really, really well. Yeah, currently besides Vorapong and Watrin, everyone else is doing a 1 minute 54 with 55, 56. So they will get to grips with the circuit, I'm sure, after practice 1. They will have a second practice session for today later on, right after our lunch break, after the Underbone 150 class. So I'm anticipating that these lap times will steadily drop further and further. Vorapong, he's just going faster and faster every lap. A 152.163 now from Vorapong. And Kewa Ahmed now, he's improved to 154.2. So everyone just getting to grips with the circuit. Looking down the order, James Freddie Jacobs, yeah, I was just looking at him. He's gone up into 6th now, 155.233. It's a good improvement from the young Aussie. Whereas Felix Fleming, so he's down in 12th, so he's trying to find out a bit more and try and get to grips now. And everyone's starting to shuffle up the order. Deki Tiano. So Deki, we know that he is a challenger for the championship. He's gone up into 5th. The Techi's hopes are looking slim now with Vorapong lapping spectacularly. Right now, Fugo Tanaka, he's coming down the order. Miu Nakahara, his Japanese compatriot, she's currently lapping in 13th at 158.054. So having missed out on the round 1 technically for the TVS Asia One Make Championship, it is a challenge for most of these riders, besides some of the Thai riders which would have gotten used to this circuit already. It is a challenge for them to understand this layout. It is quite an intimidating circuit, looking at it from the on-track perspective. You definitely can see these riders understanding the circuit more and more, and some of them have gone into pits. Watcher in Tuktumon, he's gone back, so has Various Felix Fleming. But just as I mentioned him, Various Felix, he's coming out of the pit lane now. But a 1 minute 52 from Vorapong Malawan, that is the benchmark currently. With 8.5 minutes Be interesting to see if anyone else can improve further. For now, it looks like Hayato Kobayashi is on an improving lap. So is Dekitiano. For now, it looks like Vorapong Malawan, he's gone back into pit lane, so we'll pay our focus now to Dekitiano, the other championship contender. And he takes the last turn. Bit of a twitch on the rear there, but he's got it on the grip very well. And here comes Dekitiano. What can he do as he comes across the line? And by the looks of it, he remains in 5th. A 154.745, still the fastest lap time for him. Mio Nakahara, she's just improved her time to a 157.359. So Mio Nakahara there trying to close the gap between herself and the riders in front of her. So of course, we also want to give a mention to one of the Indonesian riders who's just joined us for this round, Muhammad Alif Adam Shah. So it'll be a challenge for him to try and get used to the TBS Asia one-make machinery. The very powerful BMW engined bike, which you have seen has put in some spectacular performances throughout the season. Looking on screen again, it's Dekitiano. Arshad Rushdi, he's just improved further now. Goes back into the top 5. But let's see if Dekitiano has improved on this lap as well. And he has improved, but Arshad Rushdi, he holds on to 5th position. So by the looks of it now, everyone has gone back out onto the track. Vorapong, Malawan, Wacharin, Tuktimon, KY Ahmed, Deepak, Ravi Kumar all exiting from pit lane. Riders I've just mentioned there, Vorapong is at the front there. This is turn 3, the very wide right-hander. There's 5.5 minutes left in the session. And I'm very curious to see now Vorapong Malawan, can he get into the 151s, because he's just been so impressive. A 152.1 is blitzing anyone else in the AP250 class. And yeah, they've just been such an impressive pack of riders. And I would love to see if TBS will be looking into coming into the Asia Production 250 class. And then again, of course, that all comes down to regulations and such. But it has just been such an impressive season watching the way these riders and bikes have developed further. And if you're watching from Thailand, don't forget, do come by this weekend. It is really going to be action-packed, and we have the finale, the deciders for all categories across the Asia Road Racing Championship. Speaking of which, Vorapong as well, he will have the opportunity to be crowned champion, the first champion of the TBS Asia One-Make Championship on home soil in Thailand tomorrow itself on Saturday, so do not miss that. So for now, just 4 minutes remain in practice 1 for the TBS riders. Let me follow them now down the straight after turn 1 into turn 2 for the very wide U-turn of turn 3. It's a very interesting turn, this one. It's a long right-hander, and it's one where you really have to keep the focus and know your line well. And look at what we have here. KY Ahmed has just set the fastest sector 1 time of this session, so KY Ahmed, look out for him. He's really on the charge now. Watch it in 2-1. He improves his time, closes the gap between himself and his fellow countryman Verpong. So he's on the 153.477 now. But all eyes on this group here. KY Ahmed looking really, really good now. As I mentioned, everyone's just learning the track, learning how this bike behaves on the surface, so they will be improving with every lap that they will be improving and learning with every lap that they do, so the times will get very interesting. Oh, someone's going off really wide there. I believe that's Fugo Tanaka. He was within this group as well. But for now, KY Ahmed still on a decent lap. A good sector 2 from him, so he just needs to stitch up his final last turn. And there's Deepak Ravikumar. Deepak Ravikumar, he's on an improving lap as well, so everyone understanding the track better. And that's why we're seeing the improvements. Looks like a clean line there taken by Deepak Ravikumar. They come across now, and KY Ahmed goes second fastest, just 0.3 seconds behind Vorapong Malawan. Teki Tiano, the championship contender as well, he improves up into third. And we do have a very interesting race coming up on our hands for this weekend, because the times have dropped and everyone's starting to close up onto the time that Vorapong has set. What an impressive lap time that has been from KY Ahmed to close down to only 0.3 seconds behind Vorapong. A bit of a twitch there, I think that was from Deki Tiano right at turn 3. Deki just takes a look behind. There's Arshad Rushdi as well. He's come out back from pit lane. There's Fugo Tanaka behind Arshad. So they're split up once again. Just now we saw a bunch of them riding more or less a group. And Watcher in Tuptimon as well. He's improved back up into third. So apologies. He's improved his timing now. 153.031. So between the top 3, it's less than 0.9 seconds. Watching as well, he's on another good lap. He set a decent first sector. KY Ahmed as well gets a good lap time, but doesn't look like it's going to improve. But look at the top speed KY Ahmed has done across the previous lap at 211.2 kilometers per hour. That is actually really impressive in regards to top speed. Yeah, looking at the order, Agum Septian, he's on a 9th currently, a 155.244. Various Felix Fleming as well. He's improved on his previous lap at 156.682. So looking a bit better from the young Australian rider. We hope to see him improve throughout the sessions and contest up ahead once again. Yeah, looks like with a slow down lap from KY Ahmed. Okay, well, I mean, he's just come across there with a 159.057, so definitely he slowed down on the lap a bit. For now, doesn't look like anyone else is on a fast lap, except for Watcher in Tuptimon and Vorapong. Both of them looking on pretty decent lap times, improving lap times. As I've rambled on, the checker flag has come out now, so all the riders on track will come across the line and conclude the practice run for the TBS Asia One Make Championship. I think that's Muhammad Alif Adam Shah that's just come across and concluded his session. For now, here's Deki Tiano. Sorry, that's Arshad Rushdi. I was expecting Deki Tiano to come across the line there after where he was positioned on the camera, but there's Arshad Rushdi now. So he comes across in 7th, so not too bad at all from Arshad. He's well within that front group. He will need to find a bit extra, and we know that Arshad, he's a fast learner. He'll definitely be able to find his way to the front. Here's Deki Tiano, the championship contender. Comes around the final few turns of the Chang International Circuit. By the way, Watcher in, who I was mentioning on a good lap, he has improved to 152.957, so he reduces his gap between himself and Vorapong by just about a 10th. Here comes Deki Tiano. Vorapong, he's on a good lap, and he's improved a 151.880. I am just really so impressed with how fast these TVS bikes are. But for now, Varpang takes a checkered flag. Dekitiano, he came across, but he didn't improve at 1:53.94 on that lap. Looking down the order on the grid, no one else is really on an improving lap. Miyu Nakahara there on screen. She's going to come across now, and she remains in 14th at 1:57.344 on that lap. A 1:56.8 was her fastest lap so far, but I'm sure all these lap times will drop down further. And the big news is Varpang Malawan absolutely blitzing everyone, a 1:51.880. So these are the results for the TBS Asia 1-Make Championship in Practice 1. As I just mentioned, Varpang, he's first and fastest, and KY Ahmed, ever so impressive, a 1:52.463. Watcherin Tuptimon, the other Thai rider, 1:52.957 in third. Dekitiano in fourth. Deepak Ravikumar in fifth. Nathapon, he's in sixth. Arshad Rushdi in seventh. Hayato Kobayashi in eighth. Ninth is James Freddy Jacobs. In 10th is Agung Septian. 11th, Fugo Tanaka. 12th, Varis Felix Fleming. 13th is Muhammad Alif Adam Shah, one of the new riders who's joining us this weekend. And Miyu Nakahara completes 14 riders in Practice 1. With Jagakumar not setting a lap time in this free Practice 1. So that concludes the practice session for the TBS Asia 1-Make Championship. Coming right up after this is the Honda Thailand Talent Cup. But for now, we'll head for a short break, and we'll be right back after this. A very warm welcome back to the action after the Honda Thailand Talent Cup. And now we are witnessing on track the Asia Production 250 class. And now the real question on our hands is, who is going to bring the fight onto the Astra Honda racing team? And can Andy Mohamed Fadli retain his lead in the championship until the end of race 2 on Sunday? A lot of questions left to be answered this weekend. It will be quite the championship battle indeed. So now just under 27 minutes left in this session, and Akiraz is lapping decently in his first out lap. But for now, there's Andy Mohamed Fadli, the championship leader. So Andy Mohamed Fadli not doing too bad at all as well in practice 1. And once again, we must stress the fact that he had that RPM cut by 1,000 RPM. So it's really a challenge for him, but we know he can perform. He can set one of those really fast lap times, get him in a good starting position. But the big question is, can he remain with the front runners with the RPM deficit? So now we're following Andy Mohamed Fadli to make his way around, and of course some of the honorable mentions that we could give. Those will head towards Vietnam, so look out for him. He's on new machinery and he looked pretty decent in practice 1, so we'll see whether he can get some improvements coming in. Another wild card that we have here this weekend is Jakipat Putasan. He did decent in practice 1, 9th fastest, a 155, 135 from him. Looking on the order, currently we don't have any other lap time set from the sides. Vietnam set to Rajiv and Santa Chandrasekaran, and now it all comes down to these riders on the grid. Reza Danica, he's on a decent lap. He comes across Andy Mohamed Fadli for now fastest, and there comes Reza Danica, 153.949. So for reference, in practice 1 they were doing more or less the higher, for the top 4 this is, the upper 153s and all the way down to 153.0 by Piawat Patumios. He's just gone second fastest now at 154.155. And with 24 minutes left, let's see whether this lap time can drop further. And if you notice on track, parts of the track already covered in clouds. You might be expecting rain later. Big moment there for Andy Fadli. Looked like he was just about to lose the front, and then the rear nearly gave way as well. For now, Jakipat Putasan, he's just gone up into 9th. 155.992. Andy Fadli really getting on the limits there. He's trying to keep up with the likes of Herjan Adna, Adinantaputra and Reza Danica in front of him. Well, he's behind him. I think there's one of the Astra Hondas as well, so he's sandwiched between the Astra Honda. Yeah, Reza Danica, he's the one behind Andy Fadli. So in front of Andy Fadli is Herjan Adna and Adinantaputra, and you can see how Andy Fadli really aggressive there. He's just pushing and muscling Herjan Adna off the track, and now he's going to do the same to Adinantaputra. Andy Fadli really taking no prisoners here. So now he leads in front of them down to the last turn. This is going to get interesting. They're going to try and push him back off now. There's Danica trying to go on the outside. Oh, and he finally getting onto the curbs there. Really aggressive riding. Reza Danica, he's on a really hot lap. He comes across now. It's a 153.830, and you can only imagine it would have been faster had Andy Fadli not been muscling everyone off. Andy Fadli, he goes down into fourth now. Reza Danica, he goes up into second. Patumios takes fastest at 153.622 from the Thai rider. Aiki Yoshi, so he's found himself behind this pack of riders. He's gone up into third at 154.239. Another Thai rider making his way up, Jakipat Putisan, going up into seventh now. Riders right now, it looks like really they have the pace, but for now they're getting split up by the grid. Reza Danica, they're going really wide off there. On this lap, it doesn't seem like anyone is really improving much. Piawa Patumios, he's on a decent lap. Just getting a good look at Adinanta Putra. He's dropped all the way down to 10th currently in this session. Adinanta is on a decent lap. His sector 1 a bit disappointing, but sector 2 looking pretty good. Yeah, looks like Piawa Patumios, he's really got that advantage, and yeah, just looking at Seto Rajiv, really on the curbs there. For the last turn, Adinanta Putra just touching the green as he forms back up onto the straight. Coming across now is Aldi Satya, he goes up into fourth position, so Aldi, you know, he's in a shot for the championship, so looking good from Aldi Satya now, 154.5. Yeah, Piawa Patumios on that lap as well. He's just improved further, 153.248. So his sector 3 really pushing him up further. Adinanta Putra, he goes from 10th up into 6th. So Adinanta looking closer to his teammates now. Right, looking at Piawa, Aldi Satya there. Oh, someone's gone down. It's one of the Kawasaki. It's both the Kawasaki's, both Andy Fadli and Aiki Yoshi. Andy Fadli, he's not happy. Ooh, some of the riders having to avoid Andy over there. Aiki Yoshi, he's struggling to get up now. Yeah, looks like a bit of displeasure from Andy Fadli there. Yeah, it's not looking good for Aiki Yoshi. He's struggling to get up, it seems. Yeah, it looks like he's hurt his leg. Dear me, that was quite a sudden crash from both the Snipers team riders. Shaking the head from Aiki Yoshi. Let's see if we can see what happened here. Yeah, I can just see Aiki Yoshi there just being tossed. I really couldn't see what happened. I guess the pair of them, yeah, Aiki Yoshi not happy with Andy, and Andy also looks like he's not happy with Aiki, so a bit of friction there from the teammates. For now, Aldi Satya getting in the mix with Hirjanatna. Hirjanatna just running over the curbs and taking a position. I must say, getting close there again between Aldi Satya and Hirjan. But really, in this AP250 class, no one is going soft. Everyone's going as aggressive as they would be, as if it were a race currently. But for now, Piawa Patumios is still the fastest rider on track. He's been consistent in that lower 153s. Hirjanatna as well, he's improved into the 153.2 as well. So Hirjanatna, Reza Danica, and the likes of Adinanta Putra, they're in the top 7. Hirjanatna and Reza Danica both second and third for now. But yeah, currently we do hope to hear good news about Aiki Yoshi's condition. We saw him struggling to get up. He thought that he was back on track, but I suppose he will head back into pit lane. It looked like there was damage taken to his bike. So he will need to get that sorted up. Now we're looking back on track, and there's Piawa Patumios. Behind him is a rider on charge, Hirjanatna. Decent sector 2 from him. Adinanta Putra getting a bit wide there as he makes his way to the final bit of the circuit. There goes Hejinatna as well, getting a bit wide there. Follow the likes of Hejinatna. Sandwich in the Hondas is like of Leong Nang Se from the Victor Racing team. For now, the 3 Hondas and the Leong Nang Se, they form up at the front and they come across the line. Let's see if anyone is improving on this lap. Adinata Putra, he goes up a couple positions. He goes into 6th. Adi Muhammad pushed down to 7th. Follow the action again. It's just 3 Hondas. We have Piawa Putumios, who's just really setting the pace here. We really hope to see Piawa push on further. We know in round 1 he had a very good 2nd place finish. I'm sure he'll be hunting for that victory this season, especially on home soil. It makes it so much sweeter. Following Adinata Putra. Now we mustn't forget Adinata Putra, also within a shot for the championship. They're all more or less bunched up within each other's points. Reza Danica and Adinata all gapped by this. Oh, sorry, Reza Danica and Adinata Putra gapped by 2 points. Adinata, he trails further. It's 39 points, but the likelihood for the championship hopes goes to Anima Mafandi, Alvin Satya, Adinata Putra and Reza Danica. So it's an interesting battle between those riders. We're now on screen as Piawa Putumios in an Astra Honda sandwich. 3 Hondas push on. Piawa's going to get some decent slipstream. Let's see if he can. It wasn't this lap for him, for any of them for that matter. About a 1.5 seconds off the pace that they've set previously. So for now, just under 15 minutes left in the AP250 Practice 2. And currently the pace setter still falls to Piawa Putumios. Not far behind him, less than a 1/10 of a second, is Hejinatna Firdaus. So currently, for those wondering where the championship leader is, Andy Muhammad Fadli, he's all the way down in 7th for now. So Andy probably has a lot to think about, and he knows that he is capable of setting that 1 fast lap time, and he'll be looking to do so. But the worry really is when it comes to race pace. He'll need to find a way to really latch himself behind his championship contenders and just try to take advantage where he can. You could see earlier on in the session how Andy was just trying to muscle his way through everybody, but it really is a tough ask from him to keep on doing that, especially with the troubles that he's faced with the RPM deficit. The RPM equalizer, shall we say. For now, there's the timings of Cal Vietnam as well as Leong Nang Se. Rider from Hong Kong on the Victor Racing machinery. Now, looking at the timing, no one really contesting anything in regards to Piawat's time or Hejinatna. Adinata Putra, however, he's done a good job. He's gone into 3rd. setting his fastest lap time of 1:53.772. There on the screen that we just saw Muhammad Muzakir, and behind him, ooh, getting a bit out of shape there. That is one of the Honda Racing India team bikes, Senthil Chandrasekaran. Timing of Senthil Chandrasekaran, who's in the picture there, right behind the likes of Muhammad Muzakir. Muzakir not doing too bad of a job. He's currently in 9th place. Senthil, he's currently running in 17th, about 4.8 seconds off the pace of Piawat. Now there's Andy Mohamed Fadli. He's come out of pit lane now to start his charge once again in practice 2. And like we mentioned, he's capable of setting that sudden fast lap time. We saw him do it in practice 1. We saw him do it in sub as well for qualifying. So he can rely on getting a better grip position by setting that one fast lap time. But as I mentioned, the real concern for him is when it comes to race pace, especially with a track that has this many straight lines and fast turns. It really hands the advantage towards the Hondas, knowing that they have the top speed, they have the corner speed as well. It's going to be a very interesting race, and I'm just curious to see how Andy will try to curb the advantage that the Hondas have around here, especially with Piawat riding absolutely fantastically currently in both practice sessions. Now there's Reza Danica. So Reza Danica completes the top 4 for the Astra Honda Racing team, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Currently out on track, he is alone. Both his teammates, Hirjanatna and Adinat Putra, currently sitting in their respective Astra Honda paddock. Nice riding there from Reza Danica. Just that little bit of rear tire slide. Just keeping it all under control as he goes through the fast, flowy corners. It really is a nice layout, this Chang International Circuit. Running wide are the Hondas. I think they're really trying to push that corner speed a lot, and it really pushes the bike wide onto the rumble strips. We're currently in pit lane. Quite a number of riders who are going back into the pits. Currently out on track is only Reza Danica, Aikiyoshi. Oh, Aikiyoshi, that looks like he's apologies, I think that is an error. Aikiyoshi is so remember correctly, he was struggling to get up, so I think he's still currently getting checked up. But out on track is Reza Danica, who comes across the line now. And he does a decent time of 1:54.0. Good sector 3, but the other 2 sectors just not matching his final sector. But out on track is Reza Danica. Aldi Satya has just come out. Ilan Hakimi, Irfan Haikal, Fitriyan Shah Kete is just coming out now. Senthil Chandrasekaran, Setu Rajiv, and Leong Nang Si. The rest of the runners, including the top 3, they're all currently sitting in their paddock. So now you can see that the 2 Bunsu Honda riders just making their way past Senthil. And these are 2 talented riders that the Bunsu Honda Racing team have in the form of Idlan Hakimi and Irfan Haikal. Idlan Hakimi, he would be a bit familiar with the Chang International Circuit, I believe, having had experience in the THAILAND Cup and being a podium finisher as well. So really look and see if maybe they just need to get a bit more adapted. They are young riders, so maybe they just need to adapt a bit more to the AP250 class. So I'm sure in the future they will give us some exciting racing for us to watch. For now, oof, give me a getting way out of shape there. That's Aldi Satya as well. Irfan his teammate, Ilan's teammate, continues on with this lap. Currently coming out at the pit lane is Piawat Patumius, Aldi Satya, we just saw there. Muhammad Muzakir. Yeah, most of the grid is now. They are now coming out of the pit lane, so we should have some interesting action coming up for the remaining just under 7 minutes at the Chang International Circuit for the Practice 2 of the AP250 class. Ooh, Irfan running really wide there. Yeah, it should be a rapid 6.5 minutes now remaining. I want to see whether Piawat can improve on that lap time. In Practice 1, I believe it was a 153.051 from Piawat Patumius. So let's see whether he can drop that time even further. You can see it's a mixed cloud cover that we're having here at the Chang International Circuit. Now there's Aldi Satya behind him. I believe that's still Irfan. Sorry, that's Idlan Hakimi, I believe that is. Yeah, that's Idlan Hakimi. So Aldi Satya being chased by Idlan. Idlan trying to get onto the tail of that Yamaha that's been performing so well so far this weekend. Satya, he's just gonna try and close that gap a little bit further. He's down by 1.3 seconds, so he knows that the Astro Hondas are gonna be fast and quick once again. So he just needs to find that extra little bit, try and get onto the tail of them. Well, nearly a bit of traffic in the way, but getting out of the way just in time. That's one of the Elephant HP969 Indonesia racing team riders. Rafid Topan, however, he's just come out now. Fitri and Shakete, they're getting a bit twitchy onto the last turn, but yeah, I was just gonna say, Rafid Topan, he hasn't set a fast lap time yet in this session, so him coming out now will be his first. Oh dear, we have a rain flag coming out, so it seems that rain has started to fall around the circuit. So what a change of the weather it is, because we have sun out at certain parts of the track, but we have rain flags being waved. I believe that is at the front straight. So that is an interesting twist to the end of this AP250 Practice 2 session. With now 4 minutes remaining, if one part of the track starts getting wet, then we really are not going to have any fast lap times coming through, I think. Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to be able to push through. Yeah, you can see it's into turn 4 as well, and turn 4 is a fast place. This is where they go flat out. It doesn't look like, I think it might just be a few drops starting to drop, but it doesn't look like even a drizzle yet. Now you can see, I think that's one of the Yamahas that's gone really wide there. It's like, yeah, that is Anggi Satya one. So Anggi just getting out again onto the track, but yeah, I'm starting to get concerned about the wet flags that we saw being waved at turn 4 as well. Looking at the camera that we're looking at now, we can't see physically any rain falling. It really is a tough one to call, because we have sun out on certain places, but there you can see right after the last turn the rain flags are being waved. So it's where we do see the rain flags being waved is turn The last turn, turn 1, turn 4. But then again, like I said, it might just be a few drops. We don't see even a light drizzle currently. It's not visible on camera at least. Yeah, so for now it's just nothing that will disturb the riders out on track. Ooh, you can see it there, Fitriansha getting really sideways there at turn 3. These riders soldier on. A few specks of rain that we're getting shouldn't phase them too much, but it is a worrying sign for the sessions coming up ahead. We have the Super Sport 600s and the ASB1000s coming up shortly after this. Ooh. Oh, Sentil there getting just sandwiched there by Irfan Haikal, I think that was. Irfan and Fitriansha. Now we follow these riders further down into the final part of the circuit where it goes to the double right-hander right before a flip to the left and a flip to the right to again. Looks like I didn't have to put you. He's on an outlap, so he will get just one lap in it. But yeah, there's Irfan Haikal now. Right behind him is Sentil, who we saw get sandwiched earlier by Irfan and Fitriansha. Ooh. Here comes Angie Setyawan. He's trying to get that one more last push to find a better time in this practice 2 session. So just 40 seconds remaining. The riders on your screen will be on their final lap in this practice 2 session. And it looks like Angie Setyawan, he's just gone off there at turn 1, so it looks like that will be the most Angie Setyawan can do in the session. He will remain in 10th, if not further down, if he gets pushed down by a bunch of other riders who are on hot laps. Reza Danica, he's just gone faster now, pushing Adinata Putra down into 4th. He goes into 3rd. That checker flag has come out. There's Andi Muhammad Fadli right next to him is Fitriansha, so Andi Muhammad Fadli is going to have a bit of traffic come up in front of him. He goes on the inside of Sentil. He's got Idlan Hakimian and the likes of Irfan on right up ahead of him, and contact there, I think, between Andi and Irfan. Andi just trying to get his way past Idlan now. You can see that contact there just pushed Irfan straight behind the likes of Sentil and Fitriansha. Now Andi, he's charging hard. Looking at the sector 1 and sector 2 timing, it's not a good lap coming through for Andi, so I think it won't be that one magical lap for Andi coming through for practice 2. Now there's Andi Muhammad Fadli behind Idlan Hakimi. He makes the pass with the slipstream at the last turn. We'll see this happen a lot in the races this weekend. But here's Andi Muhammad Fadli, comes around the last turn. So does Idlan Hakimi and the rest of the riders around them. It's not an improving lap time from any of the riders on screen. You can see Angie Setyawan there, so I'll just who we saw pull away from the push. There's Ali Satya as well. He finishes in 6th place. You can see now even more clearly that beautiful LED board above the front straight. Quite the nice addition that we have here at the Chang International Circuit. But for now, it is still Piawat Patumios who takes the lead in practice 2 for the AP250 class. What a job this has been from Piawat Patumios. Now we have it officially. Piawat Patumios in 1st, Rejanana Firdaus in 2nd, Reza Danica in 3rd. In 4th, completing the trio of the Astra Honda Racing Riders, is Mama Adinanta Putra. Aiki Yoshi, Andi Muhammad Fadli's teammate, doing much better this time around in practice in 5th, but that crash is worrisome for the team. Aldi Satya in 6th. 7th is Andi Muhammad Fadli. 8th is Jaklipat Putasan, the wildcard. In 9th is Muhammad Muzakir Muhammad. In 10th, Anggi Setiawan. In 11th, Idlan Hakimi Radwan. 12th, Ray Ratukore. 13th is Rafit Topan. 14th is Kau Vietnam. Akiradze season 15th. 16th is Irfan Haikal. 17th is Frichiansha Kete. 18th is Senthil Chandra Sekaran. Seti Rajif in 19th, and completing 20 riders is Leong Nang Se. So that concludes the Asia Production 250 Practice 2 session. We'll head for a short break and we'll be right back after this with the Supersport 600 class.
Welcome back to our friends joining us on live stream on Facebook and YouTube. This is Barry back again for the Supersport 600 free practice 2 session. The first thing to say is that it is raining here in Buriram. If you look at the sky, you can see what looked like non-threatening clouds, but we did have quite a downpour just about 5 minutes ago. So we're looking closely to see what the track conditions are like. It was just one of those weird things where it's raining and it's sunny at the same time. So hopefully it will go away. Conditions here have been mixed over the last few days. We have seen a few rain showers. The rider you just saw going through on your screen is a wild card, but a notable wild card because it's the 2019 Supersport 600 champion, Pirapong Boonlert, who is back, as I say, as a wild card here. He's riding for TNP Motorsports, so it's a local team. Pirapong has been off the international scene for a little while. As he evolves through his life, he became a father back in 2019, I recall. So perhaps some priorities changing, but it's really good to see him back in an ARRC event. And what a hero he was in 2019, dominating the first half of the season and then battling it out with Kazma Daniel, no less, for honours during the second half of the season. But he took the championship convincingly that year. So looking on screen now, you've got just at the front there, Azroy Hakim Anwar, who we saw in free practice 1 for the 600s. We saw him have a very fast crash at turn 4. It's the fastest, scariest place to crash on this circuit, but he's all right. His bike looks okay, and he's being tracked there by the number 168, which is another wild card, Kritapat Kenkum, another Thai rider. Kritapat, I think, is riding for the Yamaha high-speed team. Very, very long, established Thai-based Yamaha team, high-speed. They've been responsible for bringing many riders through, including, I think I'm right in saying, Pirapong Boonlert, as well as his brother. But they're a talent generating machine, and they often feed their riders through to the official team, to Yamaha Thailand racing team. And so they have 2 riders here. Kritapat we haven't seen before in ARRC, but the other one we most certainly have, and that is Kanatat Jamin. And we've seen him in 250s and 600s here in the past. He's a 250, certainly a 250 podium finisher in the past for the official Yamaha Thailand racing team. They don't run 250s these days. Sorry, they don't run. They're not running 250s now, but they are here, of course, with Ratapong Willarat, who showed a very strong performance in free practice 1. And when we see him on screen, we'll talk a little bit more about that. But for now, there goes Azroy, followed by Kritapat. Kritapat's tracked him pretty closely throughout this lap. And just talking about Kanatat, he's gone to the top of the timing screens very early in this session. It seems as though that heavy shower, the results of it have evaporated in the heat. We're just looking here, that's Krichapong Kausonti on the red Honda, just running wide. And then the other bikes go through. Krichapong, one of the regular riders. There's so many wild cards in this class that we haven't mentioned too many of them yet. But this has been a decent season, we could say, for Krichapong, riding for Honda Racing Thailand. And just going through there, number 32, that's your championship leader for Supersport 600, Helmi Asman. Helmi comes here as the championship leader, a full 32 points. Number 32 has a 32-point lead over Andy Farid Izdihar in this class. The first session today, we saw Andy Farid at the top, chased by Nakarin Atirapuvapat. We're just watching Helmi run wide there, under braking for turn 12. No need for any heroics at this point. Going through there is Kanatat. Just bumped down into P2 by Carol Idampawi. Good to see him at the top of the timing screens. A lot of riders running wide. There may still be a few damp patches out there, but plenty of runoff here, of course, at Chang International Circuit. That is Kanatat, number 90. And behind him he's got Ferozi Torakatula, the regular Indonesian rider. Kanatat, very strong rider, very strong in the national series, and always shows well when he steps up into international racing, as he is doing this weekend. There goes Kritchapon, there goes Helmi, followed by, I think that was Paui just behind him. And that is Kito Abe, the Japanese newcomer to this class. He joined in Sugo, joined 1XOX TKKR Racing in Sugo, scored a podium first time out. Just had a couple of quieter outings since then. So he scored a P3 in Sugo in round 3, with 2 DNFs, and then finished further down the order in race 2 at Sepang. So he'll be looking to establish himself among the leaders in this highly competitive class. Just feast your eyes on that entry list. There's so much quality here. As well as the regular riders, of course, you've got the 2019 champion, Pirapong, Galanhendra Prathamar, just going up the order, the number 55, another very well-known rider on your screen there, briefly anyway. And then Azroy, Hakim Anwar, we saw him have a Moto2 wildcard ride at Sepang, in the MotoGP round that was held there, and there comes the slipping, sliding Nakarin Atirapuvapat. He was second, just a little behind Andy Farid Izdihar. Lying third in the championship, he's been really consistent this season. Although he'll have been a little frustrated with his last 5 finishes. They've all been decent, but a string of 5-4s, so just off the podium. He's definitely looking for more this time. In the opening round here at Chang International, he slipped off while looking like a winner in race 1, and in race 2 he came back to finish second. And in fact, he hasn't been on the podium since then, but he has been scoring consistently, and he's got a points total of 104 to championship leader Helmi's 140. Andy Farid has 108. Nakarin, extremely quick rider, experienced rider now, did 2 seasons in Moto3. And last weekend he clinched the BRIC, the championship that's run at this circuit, Supersport 600 championship, and he won that, so he's the reigning champion for Supersport 600, the top category in Thailand. So that will have been a confidence boost for him, because there's some good competitors in that series too. And back then at Kritapat, Nakarin coming up on that group, and then behind them Behind them, that's Galang-Hendra, number 55 Yamaha. And that is, just looking there at the number 56, that is Ratapong Willarot. Had a very good first outing this morning. He recorded a best time of 1:39.9, which was just over 0.3 of a second slower than Andy Farid, who topped that timesheet, and just behind Nakarin, who finished that session in P2. And just to give you a marker there when we're looking at lap times, the best qualifying time from March, when we had round 1 here, was by Andy Farid, and that was a 1:38.665, and best race time 1:39.1. so you can see that they are quickly coming into range of race pace here. Like the 1000s, they have qualifying tyres in the Supersport 600 class. Ratapong Willarot, followers of the Asia Road Racing Championship, will remember well, clinched the 2018 Supersport 600 title. At that point, that was the premier class in the championship. The ASB1000s came in 2019. So it was an emotional moment for him. I think that was in December, so a little later in the year than this year. But it was quite a moment for him to take that championship. This year has been frustrating for him. He's had mechanical breakdowns, crashes. He had a really horrific, but thankfully not horrific looking, but not too harmful crash, as he clashed in turn 1 with Andy Farid at Sepang in the last race, race 2 of round 4. But he's determined to finish the season in style. He was talking a good game yesterday as we were talking to riders and team managers, and his body language on the bike says he is meaning business. And there he is at the top of the timing screen, Ratapong Willarot, 1:39.8. 39.8, so not quite as quick as he was this morning, but going in that direction. 3 Thai riders at the top of the timing screens currently. Ratapong at the top, Kritchapong Kausonti for Thai Honda Racing Team in second, and Nakarin Tirapuvapat again for Honda Racing Thailand in in third. Andy Farid in the pits and in fourth. So far his best time's 1:40.6, so basically 1 second off his best time earlier this morning. So let's take a look now at Kritchapong and Ferozi Torikatula, who's also looking to step up as we get to the last round. Yamaha Racing Indonesia, of course. So Kritchapong's season, let's just take a little look at that. Kritchapong, a couple of DNFs, best finish 6th at a glance. So he'll be looking for more, and he's made a good start. 5th in qualifying this morning. It's been tracked now by Ferozi. Let's see if they can improve their times. It looks probably not. It's 1:41.5 for Ferozi and 1:40.3 for Kritchapong. Just slower than his best time. So Kritchapong lapping at a good pace. There is Galang-Hendra Pratamar, another one of the real quality riders in this in this class. He's got international experience, one of many. Hasn't had such a great season in ARRC, but on his day, capable of definitely causing an upset. I think his best finish has been 5th or 6th this season. We know he's capable of more than that. Back in 2018, the Yamaha was the motorcycle of choice in this class. It was before the new Honda came out, but the new Honda is at least as competitive now as the Yamaha. There's very little to choose between them. As we stay there with Galang. The depth in this field is quite phenomenal. As I said, look down the list and you will see Ratapong, Nakarin, Carol Idampawi, Andy Farid, Azroy, Galang, Pirapong, Ibrahim Noruddin. Phenomenal quality here. That's to just pick out a few. So wildcards here. We've seen most so far of Kritapat riding for Yamaha high-speed racing team. It's kind of a satellite team for the official Thailand Yamaha team. We've got two Bunsu Hondas running together here. It's Karel Idampawi, number 89, together with Helmi Asman. Karel Idam just behind Helmi's time. So far in this session, they're both on 140.4s. Good news that the rain has stayed away. And they've got Kanatat Jamin just behind them. As we were saying earlier, quality rider not to be ruled out. He could easily threaten the leading group during the weekend. There goes Helmi. Number 32, 32 points ahead in the championship as he follows his teammate, his esteemed teammate, Karel Idampawi, into the final turn. To cross the line again. Helmi comes up to number 4 on the timing screens on that occasion. Karel Idampawi, 5. Andy Farid in the pits, currently 6, and we haven't seen certainly what he's capable of. Kanatat getting amongst it with these two Bunsu Honda riders. That's good to see. And another Yamaha behind him. I couldn't quite make out who that is. Probably Kritapat. So wildcards getting amongst it in Supersport 600s. Pawi ran wide, Helmi's eased off. So they'll let these two go, I think. Don't really want them to following them around, although they are local riders. They should know their way around. Helmi just taking a look. Ratapong Wilrot sits at the top, the only rider so far in the 139s. That was the target time from the first session. 4 riders finished in the 139s. And it looks very much like break time. As we watch Pawi come in, Karel Idampawi. Might be Galang just behind him, I'm not sure. There comes Chip Nakarin. Chip is his nickname. Of course, Nakarin, a Tirapuvapat, is a bit of a mouthful for people. So most, well, many Thai people have long names, and they all have nicknames. Nakarin on an outlap as a few riders are coming in or staying in the pits at the moment. We have 8 minutes left on the clock for this session. Stay with Nakarin on the Honda Racing Thailand machine. Really well turned out CBR 600 RR. Very tight team, and as we were saying earlier, in the 250 class, Honda Racing Thailand are very much a team that bring talented riders through their system right from very junior level, very young riders, keep coaching them and bringing them through. And Chip Nakarin is one of those, although of course he's one of the very senior ones in that team. He's got Azroy just behind him. They could be running very close together and battling for this race. Azroy in really good form after winning race 1 at Sepang in fine style and memorably from Helmi Asman. And if you saw that, you'll remember as they crossed the finish line, it was an incredibly close finish. Azroy gave his teammate and friend the peace sign, because he had really stolen that race from Helmi Asman. But it was genuinely a peace sign. The two of them are like brothers, almost without the sibling rivalry. They're very good friends and incredibly good riders. So two Hondas here running together. The storied Boonsu Honda team, taken more championships than you can shake a stick at in Asia Road Racing Championship over many, many years. One of the interesting things about Azroy is that he didn't go through the 250 class. He was an underbone rider, a really good underbone rider, and he leapfrogged straight into 600s back in 2018, I do believe. And he's really made it his own, especially since Honda introduced this latest model 600. And he's not in any way being outshone by Nakarin here. If anything, he's easing off and just taking a look at Nakarin's lines around this circuit. Sensible thing to do. You've got time in these sessions to have a good look at people and how they're taking corners. And while Azroy is no stranger to Chang International Circuit, he won't have the mileage that Nakarin Tirupulupat has. So they're running quite comfortably together. This is what we normally see with Azroy and Helmi. Small riders coming out late for the pits, less than 5 minutes remaining in this session. Azroy just breaking away a little bit from those. There's two riders on their out lap, and Nakarin has gone wide, I think deliberately, on the entry to turn 3 then. Yeah, he's still cruising around. It's like a big car park because it's such a fast straight that leads onto it. The runoff area is like a massive car park, as it is for turn 4, which you can see. You can see Azroy running wide on there. He crashed there this morning at really high speed. And you do come down that straight at maximum speed, which is about 260-ish for these machines, for these 600 machines, and then have to brake. But as you are braking, you're coming over a blind crest, so it is quite a challenging corner, much more so than it really looks if you just take a bird's eye or even a walk around the track. At high speed, that's quite a challenging corner. And here is the man who topped this morning's timing screens, Andy Faridis Daha. He's been followed by Irfan Ardiancia, who's been developing well this season. Irfan, we have seen a couple of fourth places. We haven't seen him on the podium yet. He's looked capable of it on occasion. And now the two of them. Just taking a look around here, and that's one of the wild cards down. I can't see the number on the bike quite. Whether that's a 9 or a 6, is it? Pirapong. Can't see it for the. Oh no, I think that's Kanatat. Yeah, it's Kanatat Jamin for Yamaha High Speed. That's quite a big crash. Just right now I can't see which turn that is. But here is your chance to look at some of the best marshals in the world here, and unfortunately they're having to make sure the rider is okay. Hopefully he will be. But the marshals here are, as I was saying, outstanding in every respect. Superbly well organised and really nice people. Many of them here I can recognise from 8 years ago when the circuit first opened. So let's come back here with another Thai wildcard and the 2019 champion Pirapong Boonlert, just tracking Ibrahim Noureddin. Ibrahim hasn't really shown us too much yet. Best time of 140.8, which is slightly slower than he did in the first session. As Pirapong has a look up the inside. Memories of his dominance in 2019 perhaps flooding back to him as he looked up the inside, but that's a quick Yamaha to follow down that front straight. Fast right-hander here, and then blast up through a kink, otherwise known as turn 2, and then up to the hairpin at turn 3. And Ratapong remains on top. We haven't seen him on screen for a while. Andy Farid has jumped up into P2 with a 140.073, so the times overall a little bit slower than this morning. The track temperature will be slightly warmer, probably not much different with the rain shower on it. But Ibrahim looks like he's putting the hammer down now. Just a few seconds before the checkered flag's due to come out. Ibrahim currently in 11th place. So the next time he comes around, that will be his last lap done. He's just going to come on to the final sprint. Yeah, he's pushing hard there, a little twitch through that turn as he blasts down towards the final turn, the infamous turn 12 at Chang International Circuit. Let's see whether or if or by how much he's improved his time. It's a 140.4. That lifts him up to 6th. So a decent finish to the session for Ibrahim. Time's pretty tight. And Nakarin right at the end turned in a 139.793 to top the timesheets for this session. So good form from Nakarin in both sessions. He was second in free practice 1 this morning, and now just snatched the top spot at the last moment in free practice 2. Ratapong still has to come through, but I don't think, looking at his sector times, he's going to threaten the top slot. But another very, very decent showing from Ratapong Willerup. So we'll take a look at the official results in just a moment. And there are the fluffy pink clouds. They look good, don't they? But they did come up with a huge downpour about 40 minutes ago. Here are the results. Nakarina Tirapuvapat for Honda Racing Thailand, 139.7. Just behind him, Ratapong Willarot for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. Third, Andy Farid Izdihar, who topped this morning. Fourth, Kritchapong Kausonti. Good session from him. Fifth, defending his championship lead, Helmi Asman. Sixth, Ibrahim Noradin, who came good late in the session. Karol Idampawi for Bunsu Honda. Seventh, Irfan Ardiancia. Eighth and ninth, Kritapat Kankum, the wild card. 10th, Azroy Hakim Anwar. 11th, Kanatat, who we saw crash late in the session, but a good times from him. Pirapong Boonlert in 12th. 13th, Galang Hendra. 14th, Kito Abe for 1XOX TKKR Racing Team. 15th, Ferozi Torakatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. And 17th, Shannon for ES NJT Racing. He's replacing Kud Kiao for this round. And did we see Chang Chi-ying, rider from Taiwan, in 18th position. 147 recorded for him. So thankfully the clouds went away. Well, it didn't quite go away, but they didn't unload any more rain on us for that session. Next up, in just 10 minutes, will be the second free practice session for ASB1000. Daniel will be returning to the microphone for that session. So we're going to take a quick break and then come back to us for ASB1000 free practice 2. We'll see you then.
once again to the action for the Asia Road Racing Championship, the final round at the Chang International Circuit in Buriram. Now we just crossed over to the afternoon, where we just passed the middle of the day, where it's currently 12:52 p.m. local time. There on screen we're getting a camera full of Azlan Shah Kamaruzaman. Oh, well, there we go, he's just gone off there at turn 4. So it seems the worries continue for Azlan Shah currently on this lap. He's looking down at the right foot peg where his rear brake would be, so perhaps an issue there on the braking for him. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. We want to see the BMWs back on top and fighting. For now it looks like the troubles continue for the 1SOX team and BMW in the Asia Road Racing Championship. So it's a 40-minute second practice session. We have 36 minutes remaining in the session, so still plenty of time. And you can see that that's the soft rear option there for Azlan Shah. Notice that that's been his preference for most of the season. And I do believe that's either the medium or the hard on the front tire. Yeah, I think that's the medium there. So if you guys have seen our download video, that's where we elaborate further on what the tire compounds are and why the qualifying tires are used only for a couple of laps, and the reason why we have qualifying tires. For now, the pace setter in this session has been Pasawit, 137.305. Oh dear, we have a follower here. That's one of the EST NJT racing riders. It's of course none other than Suhathai Chamsup. She's gone off there. I think that's at the double right-hander. Or is that at turn 3? I think that is at turn 3. Now we're looking back at the final turn, where all the action will come together. Suhathai Chamsup not doing too bad at all. In practice 1, he managed to finish 10th fastest at 138.227. And of course, now is another opportunity. So on grid for this weekend's race, we have 5 Honda CBR1000 Triple Rs. Take out the slots, and the other slots are for the Yamaha and the BMW teams. There's 7 Yamahas and then the 2 BMWs from the 1XOX BMW TKKR racing team. For now, we're looking at none other than familiar names: Gary Salim. Behind there as well, Hideyuki Okada for the Victor Racing team, and sandwiched between the pair of them, that is the likes of our championship leaders, replacement rider. That is the likes of So just 33 minutes remaining now in the ASB1000 Practice 2. Yeah, as I was mentioning, Ikuhiro Inokido. He was trying to shadow the likes of Gary Salim just now. Now we're following none other than Yasuke Nakamura, also for the Victor Racing team this time. So it's great seeing the Victor Racing team have 2 bikes on the grid once again. You know, it's been an uphill battle for the Victor Racing team, but it's great to see them Now looking like more in full force. This time around with 2 Japanese riders. Fernandez, Kasma Daniel, one of the young stars hailing from Malaysia. He's done a good job in practice 1 to keep up with the pace of Zakwan Zaidi, but Zakwan Zaidi in fact in FP1 was just spectacular, and he's done a 136.620, whereas Kasma on screen has done a 137.039 in practice 1. Currently it's been impressive from Pasawit, a 136.9 from him. Zakwan Zaidi managing a 137.192. Follow Kasma Daniel now on the Yamaha R1 from the Yamaha racing team ASEAN. Very nice clean livery from that Yamaha YZF R1M. Kasma comes across with a 137.838, so that puts Kasma now into 4th. Looking across the list right now, we have quite a few riders who have gone back into pit lane. That consists of Apiwat and Anupa, as well as Gary Salim, Adam Noordin, and Suhatai Chamsup, who we saw took a fall, I believe, at turn 3. But I think it should be somewhat straightforward for the team to fix. Ooh, Kasma Daniel, they're going wide at turn 4. It's one of those corners where it's really, really tricky to get right. Looking at our timing screens, Azan Shah covers Zaman as well. He's just headed out of pit lane, so he'll be trying to charge on once again. We saw him with what looked like an issue with the rear brake lever on the right foot peg. So let's see whether he can get it sorted, because Adam Noordin looks like he's found a bit of rhythm, a bit of pace at 139.413. Still quite a couple seconds off the pace of Pasawit and Zakwan. Speaking of Pasawit, right on cue, there he is. Pasawit doing a great job so far for the Estemo SI Racing with Thai Honda team. And next to Pasawit there coming through is Ikuhiro Inokido, the replacement rider and teammate for Haruki Noguchi in the All Japan Series. And I must say, we must give credit to Ikuhiro for coming into this championship to replace Haruki as he recovers from an injury. He's doing a spectacular job. 138.785 puts him in 7th currently. In practice 1, he was managing to do a 138.1, and he was well in 8th. So still plenty to fight for Ikuhiro. And I'm sure the team have one job and one job only for Ikuhiro, and that's to try and get in front of the likes of Zakwan Zaidi, get the win. Try to defend that lead that Haruki has as much as he can. It's a tall ask. It's a very tall order for the Japanese rider, but a 29-point gap, anything can happen in this championship. Zakwan definitely will have his work cut out for him, especially with Pasawit seemingly finding this really amazing pace in practice 2. And we mustn't forget the charge coming in from Apibat Wangtananon, as well as Anupap Sarmun. They're not too bad at all. They're just under a second away from the timings of Pasawit and Zakwan Zaidi. So Zakwan is going to get the pressure. He's going to feel the pressure. Those riders will not be thinking too much about the championship. They just want to win they just want to get the win on their home soil. And of course, technically, mathematically, Anupap Sarmun still has a mathematical chance to win the championship. So pressure will rest on Zakwan Zaidi's shoulders, and I'm sure Haruki Noguchi, he's going to be watching these 2 races over this weekend, and he's going to see whether he will just be able to clinch onto the title lead, because he has been absolutely spectacular this season. But for now, here's Azlan Shah Kamrazaman So he makes his way around that double left-hander there. Flip to the right for the previous Asia Superbike champion. There's Zakwan Zaidi. He has quite the task on his hands. He needs to try and find points to catch up to Haruki Noguchi. And at the same time, he has to fend off his fellow countryman Kasma Daniel and the two Thais, Anupap and Apiwat, who seem on pace, as well as Pasavit, who is performing absolutely sensationally currently in the Practice 2 session. But here's Azan Shah right now as he makes a moment there for Azan Shah Kamarzama, nearly losing the front, I believe that was. He managed to stay on, and he takes 7th place even with that error at the last turn. So 1 minute 38.7, not too bad from Azan Shah. 1.8 seconds off Pasawit. So that's the best time of Zakwan Zaidi, 137.192. Yeah, look, it looks like the BMWs are looking a bit better now, except for Adam Noureddin. He knocked all the way down to 10th. It looks like Azan Shah might be able to improve further. So look out for the number 25 on the timings on the left. For now, we look at Hideyuki Okada from Japan, riding on the Victor Racing Yamaha R1. Across the line with the 1:43.611, so he doesn't improve his lap time. His fastest lap time was a 1:43.385. It looks like a shake of the head there from Hideyuki. Probably knows he needs to find a bit more. Now looking back at the pit lane is Pasawit Titivararak. Also looking at like he's having quite an intense discussion with his team to try and get the bike in full comfort, but as of right now, he is the fastest rider in the ASB1000 Practice 2 session, a 1:36.938. And that's Azan Shah Kamarzama. Looks like he's coming back into pit again. So perhaps still something not sitting right with the Malaysian champion. Now we go on to the upcoming generation of the Malaysian riders. That was Kasma Daniel on the screen. As you can see, Azan Shah walking back into the pit. We expect a debrief session there in riding queue. They're gonna see what's you can see that the description there looks almost like he's talking about chatter as he's going on to the brakes. Yeah, it looks like the worries are still there for the BMW team, but Azan Shah looking much better in this session. Yeah, a quick translation of that will be sliding around, wobbling everywhere that I go. Not looking too good for Azan Shah. Under the brakes and on the gas. For now, there's his teammate Adam Noureddin just exiting the bottom right of our screen there. And now it's Hideyuki Okada from Japan on the Victor Racing bike. Came across on that lap with a 1:52. We saw that was a slowdown lap. And there's Haruki Noguchi's replacement rider, Ikuhiro Enokido, doing a really good job as a stand-in in 8th place. Nice helmet as well for the Japanese rider. Very distinctive, very colorful. Makes me start to miss the helmet of Haruki. We're seeing the Nakano helmet. A very distinctive helmet design with the 2 eyes on the top of the helmet. For now, that's Kasma Daniel as he comes across the line. Pop of the wheelie there. We know he's a very colorful character. He knows there's still everything to fight for. Anything can happen in racing. And it's just too early to call anything yet. But one thing you can be sure is that Zakwan will be riding for maximum points. They need maximum points in this race. It's hard for any of the contenders to just sit back and relax. It's all up for grabs. There's Apiwat's bike being worked on there in the garage. See, everyone's still busy, everyone's on their toes trying to find that extra few tenths that they need. The main man in question will be Anupap. There's Apiwat. Giving a bit of a description to his team and the Olins. I believe that was the Olins technician there. Back on track, that's one of the championship contenders, Anupap Sarmoon. So Anupap just 0.3 seconds behind the likes of Kasma Daniel in 4th, and you saw Kasma Daniel there riding Q, exiting from the track towards pit lane. Very aggressive riding there from Anupap. And he does improve, he goes up into 4th, so he pushes Kasma Daniel down into 5th, so Anupap looking a bit stronger now. He's not too far off from the timings of Pasawit, Zakwan and Apiwat in front of him. And those riders besides Anupap that I mentioned have all gone back into pit lane. So currently on track we have Anupap, Gary Salim, Adam Noridin, Yasuke Nakamura, as well as Hideyuki Okada. There's Adam Noridin, the other BMW that we have in this category. Looks like he has the hard option front with the soft option rear. Ooh. Quite the wheelie there coming in from Adam Noridin. We do know that these BMWs are very powerful, and I still remember having discussions with Alden Shah about them trying to control the power that these BMW S1000 RR machines have. Gary Salim, he just came across and goes up into 6th place, pushes Yuki Ito down into 7th. Gary Salim came across with a 1:38.078, which is 1.1 seconds below the timing of Pasawit. And behind Adam Noridin is his fellow countryman, Zakwan Zaidi. Adam Noridin as he makes his way around a double right-hander. Zakwan Zaidi there, just tailing behind Adam Noridin. He's gonna, I think with the pace difference, Zakwan Zaidi should be blitzing past Adam Noridin somewhere around the next lap. Adam Noridin looking pretty quick on this lap though, so it might be a decent lap time coming in from Adam Noridin. Adam Noridin there hard on the brakes. Zakwan Zaidi is going to come up there. It's really close to gap quite a bit. And again, the front wheel of Adam Noridin's bike just popping up really aggressively. So whether that's wheelie control setting being reduced by Adam just to allow him more power in the gas, I'm not too sure, but it's interesting. It's a lot more wheeling than we've seen from the other bikes and riders. For now, there's Zakwan Zaidi. He's closed the gap already on this lap, and he's gonna get past Adam, I believe, would be in turn 4. As he lines up behind a young legend with experience from CEV Moto2 championships. But for now, Adam Noridin still keeping Zakwan Zaidi at bay, but the move should be coming up. Zakwan Zaidi, I think he's just trying to make a clean maneuver. Yeah, I'm going wide now, so come around now. Anupap, he just come across with another 137, a higher 137. So Anupap's pace seems consistent in that mid to high 137s. And it looks like Pasawit, he's come out on track as well. Look out for Pasawit. We saw the descriptions there being given from Pasawit to his team, so we could be looking at the times dropping a little further. Now there comes Zakwan Zaidi trying to make a move on the inside, but it looks like Adam Noridin has found a bit of pace perhaps. but he is able to keep Zakwan Zaidi at bay throughout the corners. And he comes across now, goes up into 10th, 139.4 again from Adam Norden. So realistically, should anyone want to be looking at a podium, they have to find a time within the 137s. And there goes Zakwan Zaidi. It's as easy as you like. Just gets past him on that Honda CBR 1000 RRR. Now with clear track ahead, we can see what Zakwan Zaidi can do in this session. I'm sure he'll be looking at Pasowit's time in these conditions and wondering, how did he get that extra 2.5 seconds on me? Yeah, Pasowit has just started his flying lap for his second stint. Here's Zakwan now as he makes his way around the double left and then the flip to the right. It's a double right-hander once again. You can see the gap there again building between Zakwan and Adam. It's a right-hander and then the flip to the left for Zakwan Zaidi and Adam Norden. They make their way to the final part of the track. For now, this lap not looking too impressive from Zakwan Zaidi. I think he'll be lining up then for the next lap. He gets on the brakes there. Trying to slow down that 1000cc monster that the CBR is. Really in top speeds, that thing is absolutely amazing. But one thing that we know with the Yamahas, for example, what they lack in top speed, they have in corner speed. So it's always an interesting mix between these manufacturers. But for now, there's Pasowit. He comes down, he's just on a 137.4, so he needs to find a little bit more to be contesting, to be bettering his time. And there's Cosmo Daniel now as he's sitting, waiting in the garage. Always a fun character to be around, Cosma. So here's Pasowit again. Makes his way around turn 3 and down this little uphill stretch that goes down once again into turn 4. Just 14.5 minutes now remaining in the ASB1000 Practice 2 session. And we're following Pasowit. Pasowit is of course running for the Astemo SI Racing with Thai Honda team. Number 1, 2, 3 distinctively there on the helmet and on the bike. And I must say, I do like the color that this team have chosen. A bit of a darker wine red looking livery. Really unique and quite nice. Bit of a break from the usual colors that we see in racing. And for now we're following Pasowit as he makes his way around this final sector of the track. Zakwan Zaidi is coming across with the 138, so not enough for Zakwan. Here comes Pasowit. It doesn't look like it's a very good lap from him. Ooh, bit of a moment there on the exit of the final turn. Pasowit comes across a 137.342, so it's decent. He's been consistent in the mid to lower 137s, but he can't replicate another 136, it seems. It could be a factor of temperature as well. Zakwan Zaidi looks like he's slowed down completely at sector 1. Now most of the riders out on track. Azan Shah Kamruzama, and he's just come out of pit lane as well. There's Gary Salim running in 6th place at 138.078. Yeah, he's on a slowdown lap as well. He's having a look behind. But it looks like most of the riders are running the soft option rear tire. Speaking with Dunlop, it's interesting to note that they said no tire choice is really correct. It's all down to the setup, all down to the rider feeling. I remember talking previously, I've had some riders tell me that they don't really feel the difference between the hard, medium and soft. That could also just be down to the choice of the suspension setup, which lets the rider adapt to the different compounds that are available. there we're following Gary Salim. Gary Salim is riding for the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa. And if that name is familiar and if the livery is familiar, that's because it is the same bike and team as Zakon Zaidi. So Malaysian and Indonesian representative for the Honda team. And they do have quite the team behind them. For now, there is a very familiar name, Apiwat Wong Tananon. Currently running in third, so he's looking to try and find a way to dip below the 137s. Behind it there is Anucha Nakcharensri. His best lap time so far, he hasn't set many laps, but best lap time so far is a 1:49.261, so he'll be looking to try and push that lap time further down. Now we're following the timing of Apiwat Wangthananon as he makes his way around. It's looking like a decent lap from Apiwat. In terms of improving, still no one's really improving throughout any of the sectors. I think the temperatures have picked up. Visually you can see that, and when I'm standing outside I can feel it, but that probably indicates that most of the teams will be looking at race pace now instead. Just trying to find a benchmark time in these conditions, find the setup, feel the bike going in. And there's Yuki Ito. Yuki Ito is on crutches now, so he's having to jump up there. What a brave ride this is so far from Yuki Ito. On crutches and still getting on to the top 8. So yeah, for those wondering why Yuki Ito is on crutches, well, Yuki was one of the riders involved in the crash with Haruki Noguchi, so both of them picking up injuries. And Yuki, he's back on the track with us this weekend, and once again, credit to how strong these riders are. He's come here on crutches and he's still fighting in 8th. An absolutely terrific job by Yuki. And once again, our best wishes go to Haruki Noguchi, our championship leader. We wish him the fastest recovery, and we hope to see him back on track soon. It would have been amazing to have seen him out here for the finale. But that day will come sometime soon. For now, there's Yuki Ito, who we just saw coming onto the bike, practically having to jump onto the bike on crutches. Terminology wouldn't make sense actually, but with Yuki really doing a top job now, fighting the pain as he makes his way around the track on the Yamaha R1M. And I just noticed he's one of the riders who are not running the soft option rear tire, so that's interesting. The soft option, we would see the pink color around the tire wall on the rear part of the bike. Speaking of pink, there's Cosma Daniel, who we saw running the soft rear tire option. It looks like he is running the mediums on the rear now. Yep, that should be the medium option rear tire for Cosma Daniel there. So I think they're looking at the temperatures currently. They probably think that perhaps the soft tires will degrade faster in these conditions. So they're trying to see what they can get as a time on the mediums. I was about to say don't expect any time to drop, but Ikuhiro Enokido is on a hot lap, and so is Pasawit. Ikuhiro improved on the previous lap of 1:38.187, so he's in 7th. But Pasawit was on a really hot lap, and he's just gone back into the pits, so again, what a lap that could have been for Pasawit. A bit of conversation there between the two Malaysians, Kasma and Alzan Shah. So head out onto the track for the final part of the ASB1000 Practice 2. Yes, and Ikuhiro, who I mentioned just now, Ikuhiro Enokido, he was on a fast lap and he was on a really good lap of 1:37.807. He goes up into 6th place. So what a job this has been so far from the Japanese rider. I would really like to see Haruki have a teammate next season. Should we see them again in the Asian Championship? Because Ikuhiro is doing a great job currently. And I think the pair of them could bring some really good competition coming in to the next season. So for now, Gary Salim, he's relegated down into 7th with Ikuhiro setting in that lap time. Currently out on currently in the pit lane is Paswit Zakwan Zaidi, Anupap Sarmoon, as well as Adam Noordin, who we saw on camera just about a half a minute ago. But for now, there's Pasawit Titivara Rak. Looks like he's getting ready to go out. His bike is being held. So Pasawit, by the looks of it, trying to catch what tire he's using. It looks like the mediums for Pasawit. I do believe that is the medium on Pasawit's bike. So everyone more or less changing their tire compound. I think, yeah, realistically, running soft tires in these temperatures would perhaps just be a waste, because it would degrade much faster in this heat. There in the screen now, that's Suhatai Chamsup doing a really good job, I must say, in 8th place, just 1.27 seconds behind his fellow countryman Pasawit. The Thai riders across all categories, I must say, this weekend have been absolutely spectacular. And as for all the wildcards, as well as our full season riders, our championship riders, and Sakonzadi, he looks like he's had quite the workout in this weather. Yeah, you can see him just couldn't explain what that sign language is. It looks like he's perhaps saying that the tires are squatting a bit too much. One day there should be a class to translate the hand signs of riders. But for now, we're looking back on track. There's Ikuhiro coming up onto the right of your screen, and here's Anupap Sarmoon. And Kasma Daniel, he's just gone fastest now. A 1:36.881, and Kasma just now, if I'm not mistaken, he was on the medium options. Previously he was on the hard soft, if I remember correctly. Hard front, soft rear. So on the mediums, it looks like Kasma has found a bit more pace. A 1:36.881, and he goes fastest. Now there's Ikuhiro Enokido. It was a slowdown lap for him previously, and he's come and starts his flying lap once again. Doesn't look like a great sector 1 coming in for him, but here comes Pasawit. Pasawit has just set the fastest first sector time, so look out for the Thai rider. For now, looks like Gary Salim, he's just improved into 7th, pushing Alzan Shah down into 8th. 1:37.794 from Gary Salim, and with 3 minutes remaining, 3.5 minutes, all the times starting to drop once again. I thought the times were done for. I thought everyone was just trying to find race pace, but it looks like on these new tire compounds that they're using, they have found a bit more wind. Just looking for the timing of Pasawit there. He's come across sector 2, a decent sector 2, but not anything faster than he's done previously. But here's Ikuhiro Enokido. It's not on a fantastic lap as of yet. Anupap Sarmoon, he's on an improving lap, so look out for Anupap. Everyone's starting to push a little bit more now that we're at the end of the session. Ikuhiro there, he's just come across on that lap with a 1:38.295, so this will be another opportunity for him to push on. Most of the riders will have around 2 laps remaining in this practice 2 session. And there's Anupap, super aggressive as he slides into turn 3 there. I think he's just overshot that a bit too much as he sits up Great shot there. This is running into turn 4 from turn 3. There you see Ikuhiro coming into turn 4. Another pub who we saw set up there after a really long and quite a nice shot of him sliding into turn 3. Now Ikuhiro, he continues on with his lap. It's a decent first sector for him. Gary Salim was improving on the previous lap as well. Just came across with a 137.932. There's Adam Nordin. He's going to come out for one final push. I don't think he's going to make it a run in time before the checker flag is out. He's only got 1 minute and 30 seconds left to make it a run before the checker flag is out. So I'm pretty sure Adam Nordin will have to settle for 12th. He will not be improving in this session, simply because he will not make it in time before the checker flag. For now, there's Ikuhiro Enokido as well as Anupap Sarmoon. They will have one more lap to complete as they come across the line. And Anupap, there we go, straight away aggressive onto the straight. Going to push for one really good lap to find that time into the 136s. Pasaway, he's on a decent lap, but not improving on his 136.938. There's Yuki Ito, another, again, a brave ride from the injured Japanese rider. Hasn't been able to improve much in this session since he's come up for a second time. So he sits in 10th for now. Yeah, you can see the clouds looming over the Chang International Circuit. If you were wondering, yeah, I think you could definitely expect rain. That has been the pattern for the evening in Buriram, so do expect rain, but then again, we never know. Anything can happen with the weather. I would love to see how these riders fare in the rain for today, because then at least we will have a benchmark timings. We would have our benchmark timings for wet weather riding when we come into tomorrow's sessions. But for now, the checker flag is out. Yuki Ito comes across. He sits in 10th place. Again, a brave ride for him. Injured from the incident with Haruki. I do believe that was Cosmo Daniel just coming across. It's just under 137.7, so no improvements there on that lap for him. Pasaway should be coming across anytime soon, and Azan Shah just getting a bit sketchy there, by the looks of it, on that last turn. And Anupap has made his way past Ikuhiro. Comes across, and it looks like Anupap he remains in 5th, and Ikuhiro he remains 6th. So no one really improving on the final laps of this ASB1000 Practice 2 session. Now we're just waiting for the rest of the riders to take the checker flag, and we would have the conclusion of the morning till midday sessions for the final round of the Asia Road Racing Championship 2022 season. There's a Gary Salim there coming across. Zakwan spent quite a lot of time in the pit lane, in his pit box. I think perhaps he's just trying to figure out what they can do for practice 3 to try and find perhaps a different setup. But it will be interesting if it begins to rain. For now, these are the results for practice 2 of the Asia Superbike 1000. Fastest in this session was Kasma Daniel, a 136.881. Pasaway Titi Vararak doing a very good job in 2nd. He's been absolutely on pace. Zakwan Zaidi doing a decent job in 3rd, but he needs to find a bit more because the competitors in the championship are catching up to him. Apiwat in 4th, Anupap Sarmoon in 5th, Ikuhiro Enokido is in 6th place, a great job from him. Gary Salim in 7th, Azan Shah in 8th. In 9th is Suhatai Chamsup. In 10th, the injured Yuki Ito. 11th, Anucha in 12th, Adam Nordin. In 13th, Yasuke Nakamura. In 14th, Hideyuki Okada. So that concludes our morning till midday sessions. So most of our practice sessions for practice 1 and 2 are done, and we'll head to a short break, and we'll be back at 1:45 local time for the Underbone 150 Practice 2, followed by the TVS Asia, AP250 Supersport 600 and ASB1000 Practice sessions. And then we will follow and conclude the day with the Honda Thailand Talent Cup. So for now, that concludes our morning and midday sessions. We'll be back later on with more action. We'll see you guys later.